Okay. But anyway, 4 plants for a person or family. I mean, if you even did them in what, 50-gallon pots, you could easily be talking 5 pounds of a plant. So 4 plants, 20 pounds. I mean, uh,
Absolutely. Absolutely. There's definitely room to
it just has no value anymore, man. I mean,
no,
I know, I
with
know guys that are sitting on pounds, and had to go buy freezers to store it. Why? So what are you waiting for? Well, it could improve. It could. Oh, okay. Good luck. Because they called and asked me, "Well, do you know anybody that might want to buy it?" I don't want nothing to do with it. You know, there's not enough money for it to interest me. What? What, I'm going to make $50 a pound or something? You know,
yeah, maybe, yeah.
maybe.
Well,
Yeah, maybe.
not even that. You're not even going to make minimum wage by the time you consider in all your time from start to finish. Or
No, this is
you're not,
finished. They're
you're
trying to
not
get
even
rid
going
of
to
it.
make minimum wage like
No,
when you
no,
consider time invested. Like
no. And the
it,
property taxes.
yeah,
Plus, these rural areas in Oregon, Southern Oregon, this is all on aquifers. So there's a water bill. It's not like an apartment, in downtown Portland or something, uh, because you have orchards and vineyards down there. So water's an issue. I'm sure you have places in Western Canada that irrigation is a big political issue. I mean, a reality. The issue of reality is water can only go so far.
we got our areas down in southern Alberta here. We have canals and stuff
Sure, sure.
to water to get the water to the really dry spots. But
We don't
yeah,
have water bill over here. A lot of farm get their own well,
Yes, right.
but they don't have to pay a water bill after that.
Yeah, every state's different here. I mean, because the issues in Colorado aren't going to be anything like Oregon and Ohio and all, start getting into the Northeast and what have you. So it's one interesting thing, though, something like 85% of Americans live within 100 miles of a coast. It's kind of interesting.
Well, most of our population in Canada is close to the border with USA.
yeah, yeah. It's a huge percentage of our population is right down there. Much smaller percentages up here.
Right. You have what, 40 million people in Canada, something like that?
Yeah, we effectively have the state of California in
Right.
population.
And so we're around what, 275. So we're about 6.5 times the size, and in terms of height. You have a lot more land mass, that's for sure.
We
I
do,
was
I'm not.
we
John,
do.
you know that just smoking and the show, if we would like to be monetized, we could not. Is that ironic? Could not be monetized because they don't want to associate with smoking.
Yeah, Canada's so rich in natural resources. I mean, uh,
That's why I'm sure one day you guys are coming north.
Oh no.
Look, the Donald's already set his eyes on it. Like, come on. And to be quite honest, we don't have a military to even try to stop it. So I don't think it'd be much of a fight.
Can we just say please don't do it? It isn't working like that.
Might be the real reason he's given NATO so much trouble. But I'm sure also, like, let's just face it, our oil being on the same continents, that's your war chest for if you guys ever get into a real war with one of the big powers, you'll need your oil a lot closer than you have it now. So really, it's really the only reason I think you guys protect us and let us get away with not having a military.
I got to send you a link to an interview with God, what is his name?
Carney?
Anyway, he's the no, he's a Chinese businessman. He's the one that owns Alibaba,
Oh yeah,
the importers. What is his fucking name?
what's his name again? He disappeared for a while there. I thought he
Well,
was dead.
Owner of Alibaba?
Yeah.
Yeah, that one that used to own Yahoo. He sold it wisely, but at one time Yahoo was a big deal.
Jack
About
Ma.
Jack Ma.
There you go. Okay. Anyway, I've been listening. He's got a channel on YouTube. It's worth checking out. But he did one about recently, within the last couple of weeks. And basically, I want to just summarize it real quick is that, and he's talking about to Americans. He said, "You're more concerned about TikTok posts, and we've been here for 5,000 years, and we're going to be here for another 5,000 years, and you guys haven't even made it 250." And I was sitting there thinking, no shit, man. Between India and China, there's the history. Okay, the European deal didn't come around until what, 1,000 years ago? I mean, China was already on its what, fifth or sixth dynasty, 1,000 years ago. So things are maybe falling back to the natural order.
Agreed.
There was a show in Canton the last couple of weeks. Their electronic. I mean, you look at the stuff that they're doing, and this is a place where buyers from countries around the world go and look at products and place orders. It's a trade show. And I mean, the prices on this stuff, of course, you got to, they call it MOG or something like that. How many thousand units do I have to buy to get this price kind of thing? And I mean, with your logo on it, your branding, whatever you want. And these were coffee pots for like an apartment size, smaller countertop coffee pots. Oh, $15.80, for 1,000 each, or I mean, each for 1,000 unit. And then if you bought 2,000, the price drops. Get the idea of volume discounts. And I'm just thinking, we're fucked. I mean, some of the electronic shit, these walls that are like televisions, the whole wall. Can you imagine that, like in restaurants and, I mean, all kinds of art, not galleries, but studios where you're doing work and you want to set an atmosphere. Yeah, we're fucked. So.
Yeah. It's a good thing we make good weapons. Good thing we make good weapons.
Yeah. I mean, do you know what percentage of the world's shipping vessels are made by Chinese firms?
I don't know. I know Koreans are one of the biggest producers of ships in the world too.
Right.
I know the Koreans have
between the two of them, you're over 80%. Between Korea
I believe it. I believe it.
Oh.
I know the Koreans are the ones that build all the most like the biggest oil tankers and stuff. Like they're the ones
Right.
that do all that stuff right now.
Yeah, the art man, you wouldn't believe the prices on our groceries. It just exploded. $12 a pound for ground beef. Oh, wait a minute. I got to qualify that. That is for organic
China
grass-fed
is
beef.
the most, South Korea and Japan following as the second and third largest shipbuilding company.
Japan still is?
Yeah, it's the third
Oh,
one.
wow. Okay. Here's the other thing. Okay, you've heard a lot of talk about the rare earth deal, right?
Yep.
Well, there's nothing rare about soils that contain these elements, compounds, right? It's in the extraction. That's where the
So like,
action is. And get this, China controls over 70% of the production of industrial rare metals. 70%. Not that I mean, they have a lot. So does Canada. But they ship it to, so does the United States in some pockets. But it goes to China to get processed.
yeah.
I mean, who thought this one up? If thing is necessary for every cell phone, every computer, electric car, I mean everything, missile systems. Who in the fuck allowed?
You think that's asinine? We ship pulp from here to China and then buy plywood back. Like,
Oh yeah,
Oh
like
god!
I'm
Hey,
convinced that like we're just run by idiots, like on all
wait,
sides. Like,
50 years ago, China was listed as one of the poorest nations on the planet. The poverty was everything. That's when they instituted the one baby law. I mean, there were just too many people, couldn't feed them. And if you follow the history of China going back 5,000 years, it's this roller coaster. An empire comes up, it's around for several hundred years, and then it gets consumed. And we're back to square one, regional tribal shit, you know. And then this time though, to do what they've accomplished just financially and shipping and infrastructure, the whole 9 yards, right? It's like magical. I mean, it's crazy.
yeah, it's crazy, and it's crazy what they've done for for themselves, for their people, and then it's around the world too. Like when I was a kid, like Antigua's best friend was the U.S., and now the U.S. is gone, and it's the Chinese have filled the void. Like,
Yeah,
and
because they got the money.
yeah, they
Antigua's
do.
for
They
people
do.
with money. You know, I mean,
They come and they're like, "Yeah, you want some stuff?" They know you can't pay for it. They give it to you anyways, and then they're just like, "Ah, we need you to vote with us at the UN."
yeah. You know, I look at the house I grew up in, and it was a shit house. It was built in the 50s and like cheap. Because in Southern California, you didn't need heating and air conditioning. You got Mediterranean weather, right?
Right, right.
So they just threw them up, you know, for the GIs that came back from World War II. Anyway, it sold new in 56, something like that, 55. And it was under $10,000. Your standard 3-bedroom, 2-bath, 1,100 square feet house, in Southern California at that time. That thing's almost $1 million. I'm thinking, I lived in that. $1 million? Are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah, it's insane. It's insane. Everything's gone up, and so much recently. But
The
I,
price
I
of
know.
coffee is expanding every week, it seems. Like it's about $20 for 1 point something kilo of coffee beans. It started to be pretty expensive. The same pack was about $13 a couple years ago.
yeah,
There's also a lot of gouging going on. The reason I say that, Costco has a solid selection of coffee, and they come in 3-pound bags for the most part. And some of it's organic, some of it's organic and fair trade, and then there's the standard, coffee shop shit. Now go over to one of the major markets like Kroger, which operates under several names across the country. Because they'll buy a business of say 100 stores in Ohio and you don't want to change the name. People still want to go to the Piggly Wiggly or whatever the fuck it is, right? But anyway, groceries in America is controlled basically by about 3 companies, one being Walmart, of course. And man, are they taking advantage of this the tariffs that we're paying? But Costco, I mean, you can still go there and buy organic beef for 50% of what it costs you to go buy it at Kroger or Walmart.
oh, absolutely, absolutely.
So gouging, I guess you'd call it, I think that is the term they use. My dog. How are you? How come the unemployment's so high? Or excuse me, homes. I watched a video, a guy from Ontario, I think. And he was
Ontario and BC are absolutely insane housing
oh,
market.
okay. Because he was
They're
saying some
like,
prices, and I was like, what?
like yeah, most people can't afford to live in Vancouver without like a few roommates. Like there's like
Got it.
yeah, it's yeah. Tiny little junk houses are easily $1 million properties somehow there. Like yeah, terrible. And
They've
in
been they've
Toronto's the
been
same thing.
they've been Americanized, huh?
Well, what it is it's actually foreign Chinese buyers.
Oh yeah,
They're looking for
speculative.
places. Yeah, they just speculate. All they're doing is they just buy the places, sit on them, wait for them to go up in value, and turn them over. They don't want, and then they don't want to take the money back with them to China, so they
Well,
just keep.
I know this about Vancouver, that it has the largest Chinese population in the world outside
Outside
of
of China.
mainland
Yeah.
China. Yeah, and it has, like, for example, in the produce sector, fresh commodities. We did a lot of business, and they were in America. Everything's owned by Sicilian families, um, but in Vancouver, it was all Chinese, and you could tell it wasn't Japanese. It wasn't Korean by the names. I mean, a Han is a Japanese. Excuse me, Han is going to be Chinese, not Korean. That kind of thing. And they kind of controlled the whole. So there was a lot of Asian vegetables that we would take up there and deliver, pick it up in California and run it up the coast. So what else? The other thing we got out of BC was Macintosh apples, which have a
Oh yeah.
very a unique flavor. And even though you have to drive through 3 states that produce apples, California, Oregon, and Washington, to get to Vancouver, right? They just can't put and never have been able to. Maybe it doesn't get cold enough. I think it's a weather related issue for that species, variety, whatever you want to call it. But that's where we got our Macintosh apples with a big BC on the box, and yeah,
The Macintosh and BC are quite big.
it was the. I mean, it was
The
really
Macintosh that we produce in Quebec are much smaller in size.
yes. East
Yeah.
Coast, United States, in the Northeast, near on your side of Quebec, they grow Macintosh, but you don't find them in Washington and Oregon, which are commercially. They produce the vast majority of. Our biggest customer is Mexico. They love apples, and it's truckloads, hundreds and a week go into Mexico. And then we did a lot of exporting to, I'm sorry, Alaska.
I wish I
Taking
had
them
an apple right now.
But China is the world's largest producer of apples, and quality apples too. They grow like 100 varieties. So
They're not on 6 variety like over here.
well, if you okay, so I live where there's a lot of apple orchards, and a lot of them go back to the 19th century when the settlers you brought your trees with you. You took cuttings and grew out some saplings.
A lot of times it was mandatory for settlers to plant fruit trees as
Yes.
proof that they were going to be staying and settling.
Yep. Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of times it was required.
So, and when in the fall, when the apples are harvested, and you go to the apple shows, you'll find like 40, 50 varieties. And you're not going to find a lot. I mean, I'm not saying that. You're not going to find the big boxes of them like from a commercial orchard, but it's pretty cool. And most of them are smaller, so they wouldn't appeal to the average consumer because they're more like the size of crab apples, maybe like a really large golf ball, that size of apple, and really packed with flavor. And because their genetics go back centuries, um, the two biggest producers of new apple strains is Germany and New Zealand. New Zealand did the Gala, the Royal Gala, the Queen Anne's. I can't think of all, but anyway, and in Germany.
I haven't tried the Queen Anne. Gala or Gala, or however you say it, is one of my
Gala,
favorites.
yeah, that's another New Zealand. Yeah, but see, here's how they grow.
Where'd that Honeycrisp come from? That one's pretty.
Germany.
Cool. Germany. I really like that one.
There's a big show every year in Frankfurt. It's the International Apple Show, and that's where growers and distributors come and pick up new cuttings. Okay, let me explain. You don't plant an apple seed. You graft on a new variety onto old stock that's more has a better defense system against pathogens and such. You have a healthier tree, but same thing with wine. You graft on the wine you want on your root stock. And that's so an apple tree, like say you're a homesteader, you and your family, and you want to have apples. You could plant two trees that maybe each one had four or five different varieties on it.
Yeah.
So you have your storage apples, you got your baking apples, you got your fresh eating apples. It's pretty cool. I
Yeah,
did a lot of
a
work.
lot of nurseries you can find the four apple tree is on them with the
Right,
delicious, the Macintosh, the Granny Smith, and the golden all on
right.
one tree.
Now the
I, I
Granny
I've
Smith,
had them before, but deers destroyed mine, so now I just have.
It just make it a bit more difficult to trim it because they don't always grow the same pace.
Yeah, that's true.
the Granny, that's one that came from Australia. That's its origin, and also the Pippin. I'm sorry, Pippin's British. Excuse me. Yeah, but Granny Smith, it really because it's a good storage apple. So
They are
here's
the
what happens.
latest one to be harvested though in BC.
Right. Here's how the apple industry works. So you have your orchards that go back decades, right? And around the end of August, the harvest begins. And by the end of September, about a month, the entire apple crop has been harvested. Okay. So they're boxed and identified, and they go into storage in what they call CA rooms, controlled atmosphere.
Yep.
And to put it in human terms, they're put to sleep. And you can pull them out 6 months later and it'll still be crisp. With this caveat, once you reactivate them, take them out of the CA rooms, the clock picks up as if you hadn't had them in the CA room. So when you buy them at the store, eat them within a couple of days or they get mushy really quick.
Yep.
Does that make sense? So, and when you go through the apple country where they have all the big warehouses, for miles, that's all you see are these big, each one holds like 20 truckloads of apples. And then they just move them out. And then, okay, so August comes around, we got to get the CA rooms cleaned out, right? Because the new crop's coming in. Then you sell them to the producers that make apple juice, applesauce, turned into a manufactured food because they're not suitable. It's not that they're bad; they're just mushy. They don't have that snap of a fresh apple.
And yeah, and as well as you have the fresh apples coming onto the scene too, that
I spent a lot of
are going to
years
have a
in.
better shelf life.
I spent a lot of years in and around the apple sector. It's where I learned to graft and correctly. Uh,
Can't say I've ever grafted anything. I've never really
it's easy.
tried.
It's really simple. And the tools go back centuries. I mean, the process, wax, which acts as a sealant to prevent infection. It's a big industry, man. Because the biggest part of the whole entire produce section in any store, at least in North America, is bananas because every culture
Yeah.
eats bananas. And the big operations like a Walmart or Kroger, bananas we're talking finances, is set off as a separate, wholly owned corporation. So it's a tax deal because the volume is nuts. I mean, think about how many bananas come into this country. Like I said, every culture eats a banana. It's not a Latin America thing. Even that's where it's grown. The biggest producer is India. And it's not uncommon in a market in India to have 50 or 60 varieties of bananas.
Yeah, yeah, it's crazy because you'll have the ones that go to sale. Those are pretty much the Cavendish, and
Mhm.
you have to search those out. But then like you'll have what we call like finger rolls, which are just like these shorter ones that are like not as desirable. They don't travel as well. They're like shorter but like a lot fatter. They look like little fingers,
Right,
but
right.
and a slightly starchier taste to them with a sweeter aftertaste. But
Right.
you
Do you
definitely
have the
notice
red ones?
that they're. I haven't had those ones.
Okay.
No.
They're the most
No.
popular in England because England was, excuse me, India was a colony for centuries. They're extremely sweet, and it's not red as much as it is purple, a reddish, more purple than red skin. And they're short like the ones you're talking about, the finger bananas. And they're really good in baking because they impart a very, in a pleasant way, a very strong banana, better than the Cavendish. The Cavendish is not going to be around too many more decades. There's a root problem.
A fungal problem with the roots. But
Right.
Potent was saying that like somebody had started had figured out that you could actually fix it with IMO. That IMO it was actually would actually stop I forget whether it's a blight or what it is.
Well, no, you're
It
right. It's a fungal pathogen. And the two countries that produce, at least United States, and I'm sure Canada too. The two countries that are the biggest producers are Costa Rica and Ecuador, which are adjacent to each other. But there's enough of a weather pattern that certain times of the year you're harvesting and they're shipping from Costa Rica, and then other parts of the year they're shipping from Ecuador. Now, some of the organic stuff is coming out of Mexico. Um, a lot it's really exploded over the last 20 years, the amount of bananas, really high quality. Um, if that's accurate, I don't haven't kept up with it, but we're talking billions and billions of dollars on just Cavendish alone because of I'm sure Canada is getting them through the United States because they come right into LA Harbor on the Pacific side out of Ecuador and Costa
now
Rica.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong. Is this not the second time that we're having a great banana extinction? Because isn't the like the flavor that like they sell us in like artificial flavor banana, isn't that the original banana that's no longer available now?
It's there may be that, but if you have
There
access
was
to
a
your
Gros Michel before.
look up the term banana oil. And this was once in a grocery store product called Bananarama. And we give your lead air quotes here tropical flavors, including banana. But I just want you to see what banana oil. It's a chemical. It's just a compound made in a lab,
Okay.
but it tastes like banana.
Full soil banana oil. Huh, different.
It's just a hydrocarbon, just like terpenes or terpenoids. So it's used in food manufacturing. You want a banana flavor, you don't use bananas. You just meter out some banana oil. Can you imagine trying to give that away in Antigua? Yeah.
Like my banana bread. I would not like to put some banana oil in
No, you
my
wouldn't.
banana bread.
You know, what's funny is, okay, when bananas come into a warehouse, a distribution center for, say, a grocery store chain, they have rooms. They're called banana rooms, and they're pressurized. And they'll take 3 or 4 truckloads of bananas, which that's about 3,500 cases at 40 pounds a case. Okay. And they're separated enough so that there's air movement through the boxes of bananas. And you use ethylene gas and pressurized, and the ethylene speeds up the ripening because when they come in, they're almost lime green. I mean, they're green. And so there's a chart in the warehouse for the people that pick the orders when you're shipping to a store. They order in, okay, so a number 5 banana is, I'm sorry, number 1 is green, green, green. Number 2 is there's some yellowing. And number 3 is what you normally find when you go to the grocery store, where you have a yellow banana and the tips are still green. Okay. And then when you get into 4, now you get the brown sugar spots. And that's when that banana is actually the most flavorful. And then by
Absolutely.
5, when you get to what they call number 5, then it's fully ripened. And basically that's what you want to do with it is cook it or, something like that. It's not going to be like where you slice it up and put it on your cereal, oatmeal or whatever. And in grocery stores, they really have to monitor the banana program because you can't be throwing away 40 pounds of bananas every day because they got brown sugar spots. So you hook up with bakeries, they'll at least cover your cost, because they don't give a shit about whether it's,
No, it's
they want
better
them
for
right.
them. It's better for them
Right.
the raper they are.
Exactly. Right.
Yeah, no.
Yeah,
You're making banana bread. You want that. You want them as dirty brown as they can be, as slimy as you
exactly.
can get them. They'll make the
Exactly.
best banana bread.
Right.
You freeze them.
Get that too.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
I don't know if it's popular in Canada, but in Southern California on the beach in the summertime, they do frozen bananas that have been dipped in chocolate, and then crushed nuts are on the outside. Really, really good. This is like a banana ice cream deal.
I like a frozen banana. Can't beat it.
Yeah.
Can't beat it. Good margins in a business too. You're making frozen bananas. Imagine.
There was a fellow in Huntington Beach, which in Southern California is one of the more popular family, you know, it's also called Surf City. Uh, anyway, there's a fellow there back in the 70s. You must have seen it somewhere in Europe, but he basically cooked a waffle and then shaped it while it was still warm, so it was pliable, and made a cone out of it, and started loading it up with his buddy's ice cream that had a small dairy in outside of Southern California. That guy, he ended up with 20 stores up and down the coast. And you talk about profit, man, profit margins. I mean, mobile food is good. Something you can hold the consumer.
Absolutely.
Especially like kids. Here you go. Here's an ice cream cone you won't forget. Kind of thing. So yeah,
Absolutely. Yeah. You been working any more on the book lately?
Yeah, I did a really good chapter. Okay. I'm usually reticent about dropping names, but okay. Uh, okay. So a fellow by the name of Tad Hussey, he and his father basically created the compost tea deal about 20 years ago. Okay. And they
They
had a company
meant
called,
well. They meant well. Come on.
oh, that part. Yeah, I don't give a shit. You know what I mean? Yeah. I've already badmouthed compost teas enough over 20 years I was calling bullshit the first time I went to a lecture at Oregon State and heard Elaine Ingham. Man, I know bullshit, and this was a line of shit.
Look,
I don't know if,
I, it's one of those things, right? Like
yeah, it was
it
a
just made
fraud.
more sense to put the compost on the soil and make the tea right there.
Yeah,
Like it just made more sense.
yeah.
But
Okay.
a lot of people blew it up into a lot of things that it didn't need to be. And which way did you spin it? And
The
this
size of
and
the air
that.
bubbles, whether you
Oh,
used the whole 9 yards. Okay.
and then they looked at under microscope like they knew what they were looking at.
And they didn't. That's the deal. They didn't. Okay. But okay. So then he started. He broke away, or not broke away. Tad went on his own, whatever, and they had a farm store where they had animals and they had a greenhouse, that kind of shit. But, and this is the big but, it was on the highway that runs out of downtown Seattle out to Redmond. Microsoft. Can you imagine how many people went by this place? I mean, they were dancing. So they started a deal called Kiss Organics. Keep it simple, Kiss Organics, right? And he had me test his soils before he, put them out there. And anyways, I'll leave it at that. Okay, so um, he's now. I think I know who he's hooked up with, but that part doesn't matter. Now he's got these on this thing that using animal sourced soil amendments, specifically blood meal, bone meal, and feather meal, are more sustainable than using seed meals and ocean going fish derivatives, fish meal, fish bone meal, blah, 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 right?
Like, how could you really say one's more sustainable than the other? But
Oh, but wait,
like,
wait. I got to finish because this is the most important part. Because of the high metals that you find in aquatic materials. Well, like I said on your show one time to a person who was on here, listen, dickhead, the entire fucking earth is covered with basalt. Okay. You did take, you know, some kind of science class there at Lawton, Oklahoma, right? Okay. So if the ocean is poisoned because of basalt, then we're fucked. All right.
well, everywhere else would be poison then too.
I mean, yeah, it's just here's the thing you got to understand about weed jokesters selling to the weeders. Okay, you have to set up a straw man that this thing is going to kill you. That's why you need to buy my box of fill in the blank. Okay, I can sit here and bore you to death with a number of companies that is exactly their mo. All right, and now with TikTok and all you need is a big gut, a fiberglass skateboard, and a TikTok account, and you're whatever you want to be. You can be a
This is
breeder.
with you need terp finisher. Have you
Yeah,
not tried
yeah,
terp finisher yet?
yeah, right.
It's a look. I invented it. Secret passed down from my forefathers before me.
Yeah. I mean, it's never mind. I promise you, I went to the first grocery store there was in the United States, right here in Portland. What's his name? Dickhead. George
Jorge.
Cervantes. Yeah, Jorge. Yeah, he's right. Whore, question mark, and then hey with an exclamation, Jorge. uh, but if I mean, I swear to God, I know of at least 100 products in that last 45 years. They came and they left. Ironically enough, the majority made by about 5 companies. See, in the United States, you can get what they call a DBA or a fictitious business name. You go to the state or county, depends on what jurisdiction you live in, and you pay a fee, and you get a name as long as somebody else hasn't registered that name. So you couldn't get Burger King. Oh, by the way, at the No Kings rallies around the country, they had big handmade posters that say, "He's more burger than king." Anyway. So anyway, that's all. That's all.
That's the truth.
That's all. Yeah, that is. Well, both of them. But that's all it takes to get a business name in the United States. And so you're home free. But think about this for a minute. You know how bad the food industry is the manufactured food sector is. Can you imagine what goes into pet food and fertilizers? But anyway, back to what, okay, feather meal. I don't think that there is a dirtier, worse soil amendment you could buy and use than feather meal. Think about how chickens are raised in these, I mean, cramped hoop houses.
Cramped conditions.
Oh,
They're
fuck.
grown with like no light because like the chicken won't know whether to sleep or not, and it will just continue. It won't stop eating. Also, is the other thing. So like
They
it,
put their day at 18 hours of daylight, if I remember.
no daylight at all, man. None now. None now. There's not even windows or on the.
I mean, when
on
you
the
talk about factory food, it doesn't get any more factory
then yeah.
than chicken. And here's the deal, too, is I'm sure it's the same in Canada as it is in the United States. Every fast food restaurant chain, breakfast place has a chicken dish on it. At least one, a spicy and a regular, or whatever. I'm not even talking yet about what do you call it, Colonel Sanders. I mean, what's amazing is they're huge. They're really big in China. But what I'm trying to say is, you can imagine how much chicken has to be produced to accommodate all these outlets and the consumer too. Can you imagine what goes into the feather meal? I mean, it's a pharmaceutical adventure raising them because of diseases. They're injected growth hormones and
No, North American chicken doesn't have growth hormones. That's why I always take offense to like A&W is bad for advertising hormone free chickens, but like none of our chickens in North America have hormones. In fact, that like it wouldn't like the beef has hormones, but the fucking chicken doesn't. Because the fact is those chickens are alive for such a short amount of time. I think it's 47 days from like chick to like
yes,
like
yes,
to kill.
6 weeks.
Yeah,
yes, exactly.
Yeah, it's insane how fast those chickens grow. But yeah. So I wouldn't imagine in that amount of time there's even much room actually for them to get disease because they're not just
Well,
not alive long enough.
the way cattle is done in North America, you're given the land by the federal government. Not given, you're allowed to graze. You have grazing rights. Okay. So you put your
Yeah.
cattle out there, and so they're drinking the water. You obviously you pick a piece of property that has running water on it. Okay. And they eat the grass, and life is good. Okay.
Yep.
So now you got to move them into a feedlot. And this is where the chemical
This is where
party
it gets
begins.
beautiful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Feedlots are fucking gross. You can smell them from a mile away. Well, more
and
than that, but
that's why when you go to like say a Home Depot or whatever stores you have in Canada and go to the garden center and you see shit on a label, steer manure, you're fucked because it's that those cows have been injected with so many everything at the feedlot to fatten them up because out on the range they're moving around, they're not getting fat, they're getting bulk, but they're not. You want marbling, so the more marbling you need, the more fat on the animal, and that's how it's done. So that manure isn't what we want to use like we're making compost. We want to use dairy because dairies, the idea is to keep the animal alive as long as possible because it's making you money. And so their feeding regimen and everything is more controlled to produce a healthier cattle. So we can get that manure. We still got to age it for a few weeks, 4 to 6 weeks, to get rid of the vermicides, the worm medicines that they give mammals. That's not a big deal. It only takes 4 to 6 weeks for the molecules to deconstruct, and then it's perfectly safe. Then now we start composting it, and in that process, you take it up to like 141 Fahrenheit, and that will kill all the microbes in the manure. So then, when it drops down below 99 degrees Fahrenheit, now we start adding amendments that rebuild the microbial colony, the elements, the nitrogen, the phosphorus, and potassium. We add agents. That's why the curing process takes several months. The actual composting takes, 2.5, 3 weeks. It's the curing. That's where the action is. And then if you take part of that finished compost and run it through a worm bin, you're adding, again, it's all about adding microbes so that you end up with that's a soil. You don't need sphagnum peat moss. You don't need any kind of peat moss. Just use compost. Just add some more aeration materials like pumice or, whatever your choice is. If you could find a goat dairy, that would be the finest manure you can get your hands on.
a goat dairy, you say?
Dairy, goats, milking goats, because they're really well taken care of.
In Antigua, they just go wherever the fuck they want. Goats are like unstoppable down there.
Well, they're really good for keeping bushes down.
Oh, they are. They are.
I mean, that's
They
what
are,
people.
and they can eat anything. I've seen them like they shred cactus. They love cactus. And then they will like just be spiny as fuck, and nothing else can take it down. And a goat will take it down and pull all
Do
the
you have
fucking
do
all
you
the
guys in
spines off
Canada
the meat.
have that god awful Himalayan blackberry? The most
No,
invasive.
not up here, not up here.
Oh, I've spent thousands of dollars over several years. About every 2 years, I have to have someone come in and completely, because I'm built on a basalt ledge. That shit
Yeah,
can
yeah.
grow through rocks. And they have the biggest thorns. I mean, you rip your hands up. So it's better to pay somebody who brings in a crew that has like real tools, not
Yeah,
out there
yeah.
with,
Chainsaws
Jim the landscaper, or whatever. So, yeah, they brought them west. The settlers I live with. This is the end of the Oregon Trail, literally.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
You got your mule and 40 acres,
And
and
your 40 acres? Hell yeah.
have a good life, and good luck. Well, they had fish, so they were dancing. You had salmon like a motherfucker. Not even counting the ocean. I'm just talking
Yeah,
rivers.
yeah. Yeah, just what came
Um,
up with the rivers to you.
yeah, I mean, the settlers talked about it. Looked like you could walk across the Columbia River on the backs of salmon. Uh,
That's
yeah,
insane.
but they brought these Himalayan. They literally are from India, and Himalayan blackberries, and they grow trunks like
My kids love those blackberries, but yeah.
oh yeah, the thorns. I mean, they just rip your flesh open. Um, but goats can go in. And in fact, there's people here that have goat herds, and they contract with homeowners. They have
Yeah.
uh, big pieces of property to bring them in every year for a week or whatever it requires. And so basically, you rent the goats, and they're on your property, and they come out to the home every couple of days and make sure everything's moving and grooving.
Yeah, they
I've
eat
heard
pretty much everything.
yeah, I've heard about that. I've heard that that's actually fucking really good business to get into. You
For
can I hear
everybody. For the
you
goat,
make you make really good money just moving your goats around and like
yeah,
because they can do like the stuff that like they can also do the work that like machines can't. So like the really
right,
steep slopes and stuff, they can handle
absolutely.
that, and so that you can demand higher rate too,
Yeah,
and because
yeah,
it's like because it's all organic and friggin' good for the environment, blah blah blah, requires higher it demands a higher rate too. But like yeah,
here was this was back in the early '80s, 45 years ago. Okay, so you took uh, those corrugated sheet metal tubes, okay, and then you would move them into the middle of a patch of these Himalayan blackberry plants, so you could crawl in there, okay, and then you got inside the middle and you cut out a big area. Okay, chopped it down, and then you put your cannabis plants in the middle of this ring of blackberry plants. And you guys remember, you're getting in today's economy the equivalent of 700,000, $16,000 a pound,
Jesus.
$1,000 an ounce. Okay, so you didn't have to do a big fucking crop.
Ah.
Uh, yeah. See, those are the cowboys. Most of them were Vietnam vets. Yeah, so kind of picture it. War ended in 72, 73, more or less. Now we're talking 1980s, like 8, 9. They'd already been fucked around, couldn't get jobs. So, just, hey, they wanted to be free, do the San Francisco thing, hate Ashford, blah, blah, blah. So we'll go weed over in Humboldt and Southern Oregon. I know that's what we'll do. So that was really the beginnings of what became the cannabis deal. Yeah, if you could get it out of the ground and get it dried and cured and all that bullshit and get it to the East Coast because you had Canadian buyers. I mean, we're talking
Yeah.
pounds, and we're not talking, oh, can I get a half pound? Uh, guys with too many vowels in their last name, Guidos. And sorry, Anyway, you get the idea. So here it is, Castro. But you had to get, and I tell you one thing: there are two states that you never went through. You went around them. One was Oklahoma, and the other one was and still is Texas. I mean, you know, imagine going from Southern California to Florida with weed. No thanks. Louisiana, Georgia. If I'm gonna take a hit, I want to be in people that speak English. You know? I don't want to be talking to Billy Bob and Eddie Joe and how come those people always have two names?
Yeah. See, you're smarter than me. I would have never. I would have ended up in jail in a shit state. I wouldn't have thought of that. Dang.
Hey, in my lifetime, in the 70s, it was a life sentence in the state of Nevada if you had, I think it was a quarter pound. Life. Hell, getting caught with seeds in your floorboard of your car, man. That was an old trick. What'd you get popped for? 5 seeds. They found 5 seeds in my floorboard. Well, don't smoke in your car. There you go. But yeah, wild and crazy, I'll tell you. Too much money. I mean, remember this is for banking laws. You could take $20,000 into a bank and have it converted into $100 bills. No one would even ask you.
Ah,
or buy a car. I remember these guys. They went into a Toyota dealership, the biggest one in Southern California. They bought 4 Celicas completely with rims, Pioneer, you know, this sound system, blah blah blah, and opened a briefcase and they call them decks, $1,000 bundles. Counted out the money for all 4 cars and paid them in cash. Then Ronald Reagan got into office. Party was over. The banking laws. Anything over $10,000 had to be reported to the IRS. At that time, $10,000 was a lot of money. Now it's like you can't. That's not even a down payment on a Tesla.
so what do you think the biggest scam product ever sold to the weed community was?
Fertilizers.
You think fertilizers, or do you think
Absolutely.
frequency water was pretty good too?
Well, yeah, okay, yeah. There's okay that, but I mean on a scale where people are really making serious money. Okay, think about this.
That's true.
This spring will be 50 years since the first weed new program product was released. General Hydroponics. 1976, baby. They rode that motherfucker for
Oh yeah.
40 years.
Oh, they got some money out of him, out of yours truly.
Oh.
Oh man.
When you went to a grocery
Yeah,
store
yeah.
in the early days, you didn't have any choices. The
Oh,
first
yeah.
one was General Hydroponics, and then about 2 years later came
Vance.
no, wait a minute, Dynagrow. Yeah, Dynabloom, Dynagrow. In fact, that's how I was introduced to neem tree because they had a Dynagrow neem tree oil. They were contracted with some organizations in India. It wasn't very good, but anyway, but yeah, then came Dynagrow, and then let's turn on the faucet, and then every asshole in Humboldt, Arcata, Portland, Seattle, and then that cocksucker up there in Vancouver, Fat Boy Mike, Amaranthus, Advanced Nutrients, which I say that even the name is an oxymoron because it's neither. You know what? Actually, I would have to say that he ran as far as scams, he had it down. What was it? 28 bottles of shit. It would cost you like $1,900 to get the A program. You know the. Oh my god! I knew a guy that
I think
his
it's 8
nephew.
bottle of it.
8? I don't know. I was at General, and at one point I had 16 bottles.
Oh
That
yeah,
I, that I
easy.
was.
Hey, the
I
Turpinator. That's my favorite one to make fun of. Okay, the Turpinator. Good name. I gotta say. I mean, that's really a good name.
that's
But
that that's just what's that? Magnesium sulfate? Is that what that
no,
is?
no, that's Epsom
Potassium.
salts. It's no, it's potassium sulfate or sulfate of potash. It depends
No.
whether you're in the what do you call it, the chemical sector or you're in the food manufacturer. But it's the same compound. It's sulfate of potash or potassium sulfate. Okay, and that's all it is. I mean, I checked the price for the organic stuff. We're a 50-pound bag. 50 pounds. It's $50. And the amount of actual powder that's in that gallon of water isn't even a dollar. It's like 90 cents. And the bottle cost the gallon is $70.
How you make money, baby.
Hey, and then you'll get people online. I mean, those almost
Oh
start
man,
crying.
I could never grow without this.
Oh man, it's really it's loaded with newts and stuff. Newts. It's got potassium and sulfur oxide to be exact. Sulfur with which is an element, and three oxygen. Yeah, three oxygen ions. That's it. Sulfur oxide, big deal. My life changed.
Look,
I guess the other one that there's really a lot of really utter bullshit, and I'm going to use the generic term, lighting. Okay, now think about it. The guy who wrote the book, Marijuana Botany, Mr. Cervantes, he owned a grocery store. That's how he got started. That was his base. That's what led him into advertising in High Times magazine. Of course, it was in his interest to sell you two light systems, a metal halide and a high pressure sodium.
HBS, even though the HBS would do
Yeah,
just as well on its own.
Now
exactly.
all you need is a LED, and you can some of the light you can command more red or more blue.
Oh, I know. And what the funny part was that this was in a magazine that was published here in Portland, excuse me, in Oregon. This would have been in the late 80s. You know, Tom Alexander, uh, Poden knows him. He had a magazine called Sensimilla Tips that came out quarterly. Yeah, quarterly. And he and Cervantes were big targets. So when the DEA came down and hit all the grocery stores, there weren't that many, but across the country at the same time on the same day, George Cervantes, that was his name before, it was George Cervantes. And when he came back after his 7th-year sabbatical, he was now Jorge Cervantes, a little Mexican credit, you know, macho man there. And Tom started publishing his magazine, Sends Me a Tips. And that's all you had. So they had great influence, as you can imagine. Wow, magazine, it's got Sesame in the name, you know, kind of shit. And then those clowns in New York City, High Times, Danny Danko, and he was the publisher, and Kyle Cushman was the editor at one point. And then Kyle Cushman became a breeder of strawberry cough, and he started winning all the High Time cups. Kind of funny how that worked out.
Whoa. He even admitted he stole it from that kid who
Oh, that. Oh, I know that. Oh,
just
yeah.
wanted to show him his grow. He's like, "Come check out my grow."
Yeah.
"Oh, what you want to cut? Okay."
Yeah.
And then wasn't even gonna look at it. I was gonna throw it out, but when I opened the bag, all I could smell was pure strawberries.
Hey, they were at a High Times Cup, as they call them up here in Seattle. It's about 8 years ago, I guess, something like that. And I was it doesn't make I was there as a an attendee, you know, but I snapped a picture and it was Kyle Cushman, George Cervantes. Who was the other guy? Anyway, I can't. It was one of the other clowns. So I took the pictures. Yeah, I was really big into Photoshop in those days, and I put sombreros, hats on them, and I titled it "Tres Amigos." And oh god, I passed it around all the head shops here in Portland. One of them was owned by Jack Harris' son.
Oh no way!
Yeah, third eye. Yeah, the third eye out on not Belmont, Hawthorne Boulevard, Southeast. Yeah, and he also carried all the tools and the equipment for glass blowers, doing the bongs. Because Portland and Eugene were at one time really big in the. I'm sorry, I wouldn't use it too fancy, but really the artistic,
Glass blower.
bong world. Where if you had a nice bong, you didn't need good dough, kind of thing. Yeah, but look at my bong. Yeah, but you're smoking shit, man.
But it's sweet.
Yeah. God, I just was sitting here thinking some of the names have just come and gone. Oh, well, yeah. Before Fox Farm, there was Black Gold. And Black Gold was the name of a company. And there was a father and a son here, and not too far from where I live. And the biggest company in the peat business is Sungrow Horticulture up in Vancouver. And they wanted to introduce a retail product line. Well, what better way than just to buy the name in the company? And so they did. And of course, they know this industry. You can't make money on soil. I mean, it's impossible. You make money in the amendments. So then out came the Black Gold Panorama products. But they had nothing to do with cannabis, very toned down, because they were putting them in mainstream stores, and they didn't want any, because that time there was still this, is is it for weed growers, that kind of shit. That went away finally, but at the time that they got this going. So all of a sudden, Black Gold was there, and people, God, that is some of the best soil I've ever used. Though that's saying a lot. If that's, I mean, okay, every year they had people that would go out into the field. And they called them RFPs, request for proposal. And if you had, let's say, a pile of not dog shit, but cow shit behind your barn,
Yeah.
you could basically say, well, here's what I'll charge you for this. And that was their job, was to source this shit. It didn't matter if there was any life to it. Well, how long has it been back there? 4 years. Oh, okay. And so they'd send out the truck, pick up the stuff, and take it and they had the biggest packing plant on the West Coast, right here, about 20 miles south of where I live. And Black Gold became and then came one I really was my favorite to make fun of was Fox Farm Ocean Forest. I don't think there's a worse fucking potting soil than Fox Farm Ocean Forest, except for Happy Frog, the other product they manufacture. The name Ocean comes from the fact that instead of using limestone, which is calcium carbonate, right? They use oyster shell powder, stuff they feed chickens, because it makes the shells harder. So you get less breakage and transport. So that's the ocean. They've got it, and it's cheaper too than limestone. And then the forest comes from composted forest materials. Boy, is that a wide open. Well, what kind of forest materials?
That could be
Redwood?
anything. That
Exactly.
that that could be
Any,
peat
and it
moss.
is
That could be. It could
anything.
be. It's most likely just what's left over. It's gonna be sawdust that they took away from the fucking mill.
Hmm.
Is most likely what it's gonna be. It's gonna be the waste product sawdust.
And if you look at redwoods forest, even pictures, you'll notice that between the trees, there's no
There's nothing.
saplings. I
Yeah.
wonder why that is. Do you think maybe the root systems are putting out exudes that destroy competition? Yeah, I would think so too. I don't know that I'd want to chop that up and put it in my soil. Oh, but we
They're
got
like the brassicas of the forest. Okay.
exactly. And then they had their product lines. I remember Tiger Bloom and Cha-Ching. I don't. They had some others. Cash Cropper. I don't know, some stupid names. No, they had it go. They were like they were tipping the iceberg. You know, it got worse. I mean, remember before he went to Vancouver, he was here in Portland. That's Mike Amaranthus. I knew all about Mike like years before he started Advanced Nutrients. he's
They
from
got a
he's from he
big
was from
orange
some
yellow Hummer.
he was from some trailer park in Kentucky. I mean, he's a big scientist. And all those guys are gone, man. When it got legal here, all the stores closed. Isn't that amazing?
Yeah, it's weird how that happened.
Oh, Mike Amaranthus even had a publication. It came out quarterly, I think. It was called Rosebud. And ironically enough, in Kentucky, that's a street term for somebody's asshole. You know,
Yeah, it's an asshole that go upside down.
yeah. That's what he named his magazine. I'm thinking, whoa, man. He had some, I forget the name of his shit. It was Full Moon. I don't know, some goofy ass fucking name. But there were a lot of companies that started here in Portland because they had the most lax laws. They decriminalized weed here in 71. So it wasn't even a misdemeanor. It was a violation of the law. So you paid a like $50 ticket or whatever, which was a lot of money in 1971. You know, I mean,
I'll take it over a charge any day.
what was it? There was a Karma something. There was a product called Karma. Was it Liquid Karma?
Oh, I don't know.
Uh, yeah, I think it was Liquid Karma, like 19, no, maybe like 2005. It doesn't matter. I mean, there's so many, it's hard to keep track of them.
I'm sure. You know what? I'm sure there was.
Oh, it was a bunch of bullshit. I mean, it had sprouted seeds and, it was like some hippies that got high on some really shitty psilocybin and created this stuff. If you wouldn't believe some of the products, like who was behind them. Like, are you kidding me?
Apparently, Adam Dunn has a Karma strain now.
Oh no, I meant this was a product called
Yeah,
Liquid Karma. I
yeah,
think.
Liquid Karma. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
I think that was it. Or Karma Gold. I don't know.
Yeah, no, there was a lot of snake oil. The frequency water, which was just alkali
Uh,
water. that like the best part about it, by the time it got to you, it would have just been regular old water. It would have sucked up oxygen ions from the air, and it would have been nothing more than just regular water. And they sold
10
it to you with,
milliliter by gallon, I guess.
it was by it was by the gallon or 5 gallon, and it was for if you got PM, it would supposedly wash off
Yeah.
you off
Yeah.
PM, but it was fucking trash.
There was a product called Cali Mist,
The
another
strain.
one called Mill Stop, and then one called Green Cure. And ironically, they were all made by one company. And so therefore, not so ironic was the fact that it was just simply potassium bicarbonate. So in bread baking, you have two types of breads,
Yeah.
or ways to make water, liquid and flour rise. You can do it with microbes, and that's where yeast comes in. Or you use a chemical, usually it's sodium bicarbonate, baking soda. Its sister component is also sold by bakery supplies called potassium bicarbonate.
Yeah.
Well, that allows, if you're running a bakery and the hot advertising shit is low sodium, you'd probably want to put that on these are low sodium cookies because you use potassium bicarbonate, not sodium bicarbonate. See how it works? Okay. And anyway, but it gets better.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. So this product costs about $30 for 50 pounds. And you get it from a bakery supply house. It's on their list because you also are probably going to buy some sodium bicarbonate, right? And you get some potassium bicarbonate. So it's not a big deal. But by the time you put it in a small container with a really groovy label and call it Mill Stop or Cali Green or Green Cure, we're now up to $30 a pound. So let's do the arithmetic here. 30 times 50 would be 1,500, or you could buy a full bag for $30. Golly, I think we're getting fucked here. Oh my God.
Man, these people, they knew how to make margins work for them.
Absolutely.
Fuck.
And here's the funny part. These companies that I just mentioned, the Kelly Green, all that shit, they're owned by the same company that owns Arm & Hammer sodium bicarbonate baking soda, the one you've seen all your whole life. You know, the yellow box says baking soda on it. The same company makes all these other ones for and this isn't new. They started doing this back in the 1920s because powdery mildew is a big deal here. There's a lot of reasons for that having nothing to do with weather. It has to do with the amount of nursery. When you own a nursery, you have to bring in new plants. You keep your customers, right? Well, new plants mean they come from other parts of the world, and everybody took a ride.
Yeah.
The pathogens,
absolutely.
the mites, the different mites. And so 10% of the world's total amount of strains, the powdery mildew strain, which is like 4,000, we've got 400 here. We got 10% of the world's total. It's nuts. So that's why there is no cure. There are some paths to get to a safer environment. But if people have this idea that if I spray, I should get rid of no, you're never going to get rid of powder. It's on your hands. It's on your clothing. It's in the air you breathe.
It's in the air, yeah.
It's everywhere.
You got to grow stronger plants. That's it. Get something.
What's good about bicarbonate? Either one of the bicarbonates, potassium's better, stronger in this case than the sodium. It changes the pH on the leaf, and that's where the action comes in. Is the pH?
Yeah, exactly.
So, but all these cures don't work. I mean, just get some fucking baking. It's what is it, $6 for 15 pounds at Costco? I mean, give me a break. But no, you're gonna go spend $150 because some guy's got a stupid label It looks really groovy. Oh, okay. How many times have you heard about I got mildew? I got mildew. I mean, that song gets sung so often in the early days of cultivation because it's a constant. It's something you have to be on top of. It's not you're not going to spray and get rid of it. It's not
No,
like BD. Going to just go get a shot of penicillin and it's over.
no. The only thing I've ever had any success fighting it back is like stopping it dead in its tracks with is I have one of those UV lights,
Yeah.
and that is the only thing that I've ever seen that can actually stop it in its tracks. But then I don't like using that thing because like it just makes like it turns the air to like ozone. Like you can smell the difference. I don't like using it one bit. You have to be
You
completely suited up and you have to wear glasses and all this shit when you're fucking using it.
so going back to the pH deal, milk kefir contains over 56 a combination. It's a SCOBY. So you have bacteria and you have fungal colonies. But just in the fungal, the labs, the lactic acid strains, there's over 20, which means that's 3 or 4 times what's in EM1, that hoax, enhanced microbes. Yeah, that's what it means, man, enhanced and stuff. Anyway, spraying with, you only need was it a tablespoon to a gallon of water. And if you did that every week, you would never have any manifestations of powdery mildew on your plants, indoor and outdoor. Tomato plant and melons. You know how melon plants are, and squash, and the pumpkins. And then by the time fall arrives, your pumpkins look like they've been sprayed with snow. That kind of thing. But it really works because you make it yourself. You buy the colony. It's a gelatinous matrix, and you add it to the milk and let it sit on the counter overnight. And the next day, you strain out your colony, and now you have kefir, milk kefir, and then you strain that in like you do cheese. Hang it in a cheesecloth and strain
Yeah,
off the whey, and it's the whey that where the action is. And now you also made your own cream cheese
yeah.
from the milk solids from the kefir, and it really Jeremy, he has a product called Holy Cow that's made with the kefir whey, and then it has some humic acid, I think. Whatever. Um, it kicks ass on
He's
your
pretty
soil
good.
and as your foliar too. Yeah,
He's
I
pretty
mean, it
good with
really
the
kicks
naming
ass.
too. I'll give it
Yeah, I
to him.
like
He's
it.
pretty good.
Yeah, Holy
I
Cow.
like
Yeah, it's
that.
pretty cool.
Yeah, it's pretty decent.
Honest, these homemade remedies are far better than any of the shit in a garden center. I speak from experience, man. I guess I'm really jaded. I just got burnt too many times by silly ass products. So
Yep.
this is gonna do what now? Yeah.
Oh man, you gotta try this stuff. Everybody's raving about this.
No, it's got molecular vibes, man. What does
It's
that mean?
micronized. It's
Yeah,
micronized fertilizer. You don't even
yeah,
understand. It gets in there faster.
yeah. You mean like your brain's been micronized? Yeah, I can't remember the guy's name. He was on several episodes of Future Cannabis Project. Well, he first arrived on the scene at Instagram circa 2017, somewhere in that area, 2016. And he had just finished, he actually paid for a course on soil stuff from Elaine Ingham. I think he was one of her first graduates. The guy was a fucking idiot. Um, and he started a campaign that you didn't want to use sprouted seeds because it caused microbial collapse. What? Now he has a company that he sells a sprouted seed brewer. You can't make this shit up, man.
He's learned from his mistakes, cute.
Yeah. Hey, when
He's turned over a new leaf.
When he arrived at Instagram, you know what his name was? Get this. His name's Scott. It was Scotty Granola. I go, you sound like a frat boy. What would you like? Do you teach tennis at a junior college or something? You know. He told Poten one time that, or Poten was at an event that he was speaking at. That's a more accurate way to put it. That he could just look at a fungal colony and determine what strain it was by what color it was. Just for point of reference.
Oh yeah, the white ones were safe. Yeah. They're just like okay.
If you took all the plants on this planet and you added to that the total number of organisms, okay, it would be less than half the number of fungi strains on this planet. Meaning that when the humans are done, whatever they're going to do to each other, blow this thing up, right? Everything derived from fungi, everything, plant kingdom, and then the animal kingdom. And only fungi can deconstruct molecules. In other words, if you take a pathogen, we'll say, and you apply fungi, and it deconstructs, because fungi doesn't eat things. They deconstruct molecules back to their elements. And that's how they used in soil remediation. It's not that it's, air quotes, fixing something. It's taking those compounds and deconstructing them into their basic elements, carbon, hydrogen, oxygen, and what have you, neutralizing the effects from the combination, and then taking a baseball and turning it back into a piece of leather with straw. You get the idea. That's what fungi does. And to think that you can grow that in bubbling water, high fungal teas. I love that term, high fungal teas. Explain the science on that one to me.
Well, I think you're just distributing the spores about, but not much else.
Yeah. But to grow in water?
No.
I mean,
no.
Yeah. Sometimes I wonder if any of these people have ever actually grown anything. Oh, speaking of which, I saw a garden the other day. This guy set it up like okay, so he has a chamber, and he has actual soil that he's planted plants. He has shrimp living in the water, the stream that runs through the garden. And it's like plants of all types, including some cannabis plants. I mean, a real ecosystem. Man, I was blown away by what he accomplished.
Huh.
Freshwater shrimp, even. So he's got crustaceans in the water.
That's incredible. Those are hard to, from what I know from when I was on the Potent Ponics show. He had one guy that was doing aquaculture with shrimp, and apparently it's the hardest one to maintain whatsoever.
It's hard.
So
maintain the.
I'm not exactly sure. It was finicky. I I don't remember. It was hard to keep. I think it's hard to keep it in the right pH range for the shrimp and for the cannabis plants.
Okay.
Yeah, he also had amphibians, frogs. I mean, this thing was like a Zen garden. It was really, and what really made me feel good is that he said, "Yeah, I got inspiration from listening to you." He said, "You remember you were on this show?" And he gave me the name. And I said, "Who?" I said, "No, I really don't." But anyway, he said he got inspired by just because I've always stressed, man, just make it easy. Don't complicate this. You run into problems. I mean, just for the name of a label, people mix the weirdest shit together. Like it's going to be magical. I know, dog turds, DTs. We'll add DTs to it. Oh, okay.
DT sound groovy.
It does. See, I I grew up in an era in this thing. Plant count is how you got prosecuted. There was no poundage. Plant count.
That's right.
So if
99
you
plants.
yeah, if you get caught with four plants that were 10 feet high each, that was the same charge as if they were 2 feet high. Four plants is four plants. So if you were smart, you'd learn to grow big, take it up, and your risk was the same.
Yeah. 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 Your risk was
Now we can get four plant in Canada unless you get your medical permit.
right.
You can have four plants, or you
Yeah, it's
can't.
what. Well, the only place you can't have four plants is where a bee creeper is
In Quebec.
in Quebec. You're not allowed to have four
Manitoba,
plants.
I think they cannot grow four plant too.
Anywhere here, you're allowed to have four plants, but it's where I am. Good luck getting plants to finish. By the
Sure.
time it gets
Right.
to 12 here, we're already getting our first frost. So,
Yeah. Yeah.
um, it's either auto flowers or indoor. That's about it. So,
I
yeah.
don't even. I guess Amazon. I don't know where we had 40 stores that you would call growth stores of different sizes. And some of them were huge. Like I said, this is one of the cities where it started, Portland and Seattle. And it was competitive because let's be honest, you're not selling that much equipment in terms of real money. And so you could always get a good deal
Oh,
on that stuff.
I don't know. Back then, I think they were because they were like man, they were selling those 1,000 waters for a fucking
Oh
price,
yeah.
and
Yeah. Yeah.
those fucking all the expensive deep water culture fucking setups they
Yeah.
had that were like
Oh yeah. Not
$20,000, like
oh
fucking
yeah.
a setup. Just what the fuck?
But
Make it on
where do you
rubber,
go
man.
now? Where do you go now? That's what I mean.
Well, now you
I
just go to
mean,
home hardware like everyone used to back then.
I guess
Anybody
so.
sensible. You buy one system, then you're like, oh, wait a second, I can make this.
Yeah,
I
but
mean,
it's fun to have a square table. If you go at the home hardware, what you gonna buy if you want a flooding table?
ebb and flow, baby.
Evan,
Recover. Yeah. Ebb and
you
flow.
get the table at Walmart and you get the liner from the
Yeah.
grocery store.
The worst weed I've ever smoked, I grew it.
Ebb and
I
flow.
did. Yeah, Rockwell cubes. Yeah, circa 1988, 89, something like that. It was unsmokable. It was horrible. I mean, and as a person I gave some cuts to came back proud as a rooster with two peckers, gave me this bag of weed, and he said, "I grew this is your strain. I grew it," and he was an advanced nutrients guy, and God Almighty.
This is the one where he's like, "This is yours," and then you smoked, and you're like, "Please don't tell anyone."
Yeah, yeah. Please.
Well,
I
well, Evil
yeah.
Deadly. Here is some of your Chernobyl
Oh,
I
wow.
have going
All
right
right.
now. Don't have
Beautiful.
It's okay. Not the greatest. That's some more Chernobyl. More Chernobyl. That is the Shishka Berry Tahoe OG there.
Boy, Shishko Berry really got, and I mean this in a good way because it's a great strain. It sure got passed around to a lot of breeders, didn't it?
You got
It
some
sure did.
purple on it.
Yeah. I believe this is one of yours. I'm not 100% sure.
Was the Chernobyl was purple a bit or?
I think that's Chernobyl. I'm not 100% sure on which one that is. It looks like it.
Is that the one?
That's the one, yeah. That's the other one. That's the other one right there.
Nice.
It's pretty.
How do you like the high?
Really good. Really good. It's really good high. I really like it. It's old school.
Yeah,
It's old school. It's a
it's
time
more high
capsule.
than it's more high than stone.
That one
Yeah.
look a bit like the Chernobyl. What's that?
It may very well be. Well,
Is that the
when
other one?
I zoom in, my mouse is screwed. So
Huh, looks like it. Hmm.
that actually may be the other one. I think that's the one. I think that's the other one.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, that's that's
That's
the
classic.
Pakalolo back cross. That's
Yeah,
75% one and
yeah, sure is.
25% Pakalolo. It's a great strain. I really enjoy it. It's lovely. And there it is again there too. That's a different one.
Yeah, I've been smoking it, what, 41 years now. So.
And there's a couple
You got the
tomatoes.
tomatoes ready.
Tomatoes, yeah, they're reaching in there. That's it.
How much weeks so that they are really in senescence already?
Yeah, they're doing everything's coming. I'm not sure what it's only like 8-10 weeks right now. I think on everything somewhere around there. They're coming along nicely though. It's getting cool out there. I haven't turned on the furnace yet. So.
10
Colors.
weeks, the Chernobyl should be ready.
I would say so. Actually, one of the Chernobyls I was noticing this morning was pushing a couple nanners. Actually, I just
Hmm.
plucked them off when I seen them, but which isn't surprising for Chernobyl.
Who?
There was
Which?
some.
Who's?
army in the F2.
That's your good buddy Subcool.
He did Chernobyl.
His friend
He didn't
Jackson
do
did it.
anything. That guy
Oh, well,
didn't
I
do
know, yeah.
anything. I mean, like, come
I
on.
know, yeah.
It
Let's
was
I know.
Jackson that made
Once
the
again,
cross and
behind it was a
Subcool that was
lowly
selling it.
grower.
Yeah, I know.
Was a lowly grower who had produced it, and Loudmouth came through and moved it for him. Like, let's face it, like
Yeah, it's
that guy was a
Jackson that
promoter, and
made
I
it.
like that guy was a promoter. That's all he was. I don't know. He couldn't even smoke weed either. He would have a allergic reaction to anything that had lemon in it.
COPD.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he had COPD. He
Yeah.
did. Okay.
Wow.
What did he have it from?
You know, I had the distinction. I lasted less than.
Working in the ventilation. He was
I lasted less
selling
than 20.
AC and stuff like that, if I remember.
I lasted 20 seconds on his show, on his forum. What was it? No,
Yeah, but
no. Wait a minute. Oh,
whatever.
Roll It Up.
That was a bunch
Roll
of
It Up.
fucking. That was a bunch of dweebs that like thought they were the shit over there.
All I did was I asked one question.
Super soil, man. Dude, it was so garbage. You couldn't fuck. Gotta let it sit for 6 weeks, or else it'll kill your plant.
Yeah, because it was too hot.
Yeah.
It was everything on the shelf mixed together.
Here's
Pretty
what I
much.
was. Here's what I was banned for. I was in the forum. I got an account. And I've always used the same name. So, okay. Are you really this stupid? Is this just an act? Boom. Deleted that. Oh. But you know what's funny is like guys like Jeremy, he was at IC Mag. Dad Hussey from what became Kiss Organics, and his buddy Tim Wilson, that did most of the microbial photographs and what have you, and several other. Bodie was there. I mean, a lot of breeders breeders had their own sub forum. Okay, and then you had like a general topic forum like organic soil and what have you. And the guy that started Blue Mountain Organics. Anyway, so yeah, we all knew each other, from there. And then when Gypsy Nirvana got popped over in the Philippines, kind of like that was it. Party was over. Because Interpol had a warrant out for him. What do you call it? Scotland Yard, RCMP, DEA.
But they still have the forum.
Well, they did, but it wasn't. I mean, everybody was scared. I mean, he had this every year. Gypsy would go to the Philippines or somewhere, and the breeders would, because he had two seed companies, a Seed Boutique and Seed Bay. Seed Bay worked just like eBay, and then the other one, Seed Boutique, is if you were a supplier of seeds under your name, whatever, then you got a sub forum. And so that's where, but I was in the organic section. I never ventured out. I didn't give a shit about the strains. And I became known as an organic terrorist because I said, I just called the stuff for what it was, shit, shit materials, shit products, and we don't need to discuss genetics. So, but yeah, when that pop fell, after Gypsy got popped, I mean, who would want to go and be on that forum when you had every agency in the world, and he's sitting in a prison in the Philippines. I mean,
He's like, I
it's
hope
one.
nobody's going on there and talking right now.
That was the first time because when cookies came out, somebody put up a picture. I thought it was a joke. It was satire. When I saw it, honest to God, I'm not. I looked at it. You can't be serious. And then it became like, oh man, no, it's holy. No, it isn't. It's cannabis. It's just fucking weed. Yeah.
God damn it. It's coot. It's holy.
Yeah. Holy smokes. Yeah. Uh, but you know what's funny is the only person that really made a successful business was Jeremy Silva and Build the Soil. There were several online, air quotes, organic garden supplier
Yeah.
places. But by the time he's in his second or third year, they just fell off the earth, just completely fell off the map. It's been interesting watching because the golden, let me put it this way, the golden age of grocery store crap was between the years of 1995, we'll say, until about 2015. So about 20 years. That's when it was going hard and heavy, and boom, products were just flying. Everyone wanted to get on this gold rush. And when it went legal, and you had accountants monitoring this stuff that had spreadsheets and business plans, all this silliness with these grocery store products, the whole thing just fell apart. If you're running a farm, you don't go out and buy shit that costs $750 a gallon. This 99.2% inert ingredients, meaning water. It's not even 1%. You could put it in a marine eye drop bottle for the entire amount that's in, put it in a high quality play. Okay, on a keyboard. You've seen keyboards that have better looking keys than other keyboards, right? Those better looking keys are made from plastic called PBT. It's a classification of plastic. If you're going to bring out a product for the grocery stores, the rule was use PBT plastic because it has this really luxurious feel to it. So when you look at it and you're holding it, you're going, God, this is really good stuff. Look at this. And you got the right label, it's got the artwork and everything. And you hit all the shows and make these insane claims like Canacon and we be growing dope or whatever. Yes, there's a market for that. There was. But today, with
Not at $200 a pound now.
yeah, that's prices that was when I was in high school. Fucking Richard Nixon was president when it was that price.
Haven't we
And
come
really,
so far?
really for the average person who smokes cannabis, that is good enough. Because
100%.
like somebody explained to me, he goes, yes, you have better genetics than I'm growing, but I grow what sells. This is what the public wants, and this is what I'm growing. And he was successful. He made a lot more money than I ever did. Well, you grow what people are going to buy. Most people don't want to be that stoned. I learned that a long time ago. You always hear, oh, no, I don't want to get that high. I got to drive. And I'm saying,
That's where I think Potent could have Potent's buy high, and that's where I think he could have a really good product if that really works as he says it does. Like, because for those people that don't want to be that high or don't want to be high too long and can't handle the weed or whatever, Yeah, might be the fuck. I don't know why you'd want to do that, but
Well, here's my theory. Starting in the 70s, that was the era of cannabis culture. Panama Red was the first big one. I'm not talking about hash out of the Middle East. I'm talking about cannabis, buds, flowers. So Panama Red was the first big one around 71, 72, something like that. And then it was,
which I think which I honestly think is some fucking Congolese. I'm gonna be honest. I think Panama Red might actually just be some fucking Congolese.
I wouldn't argue that again. I wouldn't argue that with you. I'm sure you're, look, okay, at the height of the Colombian thing, Colombian weed was shit. I mean,
Yeah.
absolute fucking garbage.
For the most part, it was garbage. Yeah.
And I remember a load that came in. This would have been 77 specifically, because we had took money we had made from Thai sticks and invested in a large amount tonnage of this so-called Colombian. And here's the deal: Colombian, South America. Let's use South America. It's more accurate. South American weed came in a bale, and in the bale was 2 decks, and each deck was wrapped in several layers of plastic and duct tape, and then it would be in a burlap sack, which was sewn. Okay. On the outside of the bag, it was been printed Industrial Products of Argentina. So look at a map of where Colombia is in relationship to Argentina. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Who knows? Okay. It was from South America. And all this horse shit, was there coming and go, yeah, of course there was. Punta Roja. But that isn't the industry. That was like maybe 3%, 5% on the tops. The majority of it was just shit weed. I mean, it's grown in the fucking jungle, chopped down, set in the sun to dry, packed with
It
manure.
wasn't even chopped down. What they used to do is barber the trees. They would go out, take a knife, and just scrape the fucking outside of the trunk, leaving the plant standing, and like as a result it would dry out like hay in the sun, and that's like why they called it Colombian gold, because it had took on a gold color from the way they
Yeah.
killed it and dried it in the sun.
And
Yeah, it was crap. I mean,
well,
a
when the
couple
Thai
times I
sticks
got
arrived,
a good load that was pretty impressive, but like for the most part, it was trash. The best we'd get down in Antigua would be like stuff that we'd be sending fucking the garbage north, and then we'd get fucking a load back from like Jamaica, and that'd be the good weed, or St. Vincent would make really good weed too. So every now and then a load would come up from St. Vincent, and because it's a completely volcanic island, they had like fantastic weed.
yeah. I saw in all the years that I've smoked, I had what I think was probably actual, honest to God, Colombian gold one time, and it was incredible, just super. But that wasn't the industry.
That was 1%.
That was an anomaly.
Yeah.
Just, I mean, that's why Thai sticks were so big. I mean, Thai became an industry. There was machines that you could buy that would turn your shake into oil called Thai Power. I find them on sale at eBay every once in a while. I had 10 of them, and we would take the shake from loads, and we would make, and I'm really doing strong air quotes, hash oil. Okay, so at one point I created almost 5 gallons I had a 5-gallon jug of this hash oil. And so my buddy says, "So what are you going to do now, dickhead?" I said, "I don't know, but I got to figure something out." A few days later, I was at an event where they had a glass blower. He was doing little animals, with the flame and the rods. And I looked and I said, "Can you make something like a pipe?" And he's looking around like a narc, "What kind of pipe?" I said, "Oh, like for smoking oil." "Yeah, I could do that." Long story short, we financed, bought all the materials and stuff, and he created all these pipes. And he did a really, really good job. And we paid him extra because he did such an outstanding job. And so we ended up putting oil in the pipes. And then we put these plastic sticky on one side on top of the cover. And we were selling them all over Southern California. Hash oil pipes ready to go. Oil's already in there. Just all you need is a lighter. They heat it up from the outside. We made so much fucking money. I mean, it was insane.
Is this what you're talking about here?
Oh, it was no. It was like a little tiny thing, like 3 or 4 inches long, just a straight pipe with a bowl, a tiny little bowl, because you only smoked a drop. I mean, we weren't that experienced with a really strong pot. Sensimilla wasn't even around yet. Okay, that word wasn't even coined until '77. And it was really the California crowd that did the majority. Humboldt and Southern Oregon, which is really the same geography as far as weather patterns and soil and all that stuff. Yeah, that was the days before Sensimilla. So anything that strong was like, rattle your testicles and whatever. So easy to get rid of. "You got any more of that oil? Can you? I got." Yeah, look it up. Tide Power. They were like $150, I think.
Yeah, I'm trying to find them here.
You might want to add the word machine.
Tripod or oil. No, it just shows me that one that looks like 3 flying saucers.
Yeah, that's it. That was the type. Yeah, that's the machine. Feds came after them hard and heavy. I think they only lasted like 18 months. It was pretty brutal. Yeah, that's it.
How the hell does that even work?
Well, I used alcohol. So
Oh yeah.
we're not talking quality here. I mean, I didn't mean to mislead you. Okay, this is a way of getting rid of shake. Okay. I had it in my garage, laid up on a shelf, going full bore 24/7.
It looked like a fountain for chocolate.
Yeah. Chocolate fountain or something along those lines. I agree.
This oil was so shitty. Well, first of all, I should qualify. I don't care for hash. The original stuff out of Afghanistan, and Kandahar, Kabul, and all that in the '60s and through most of the '70s till the DEA took the Brotherhood apart. You smoked it for after like 6 months, and your lungs were fucked up. this is not a long-term hobby, smoking real hash. I mean, I don't know what the shit they do today. I'm just talking about the stuff that came out of the
Back
desert.
then, yeah.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Uh, I didn't like the high. And, when people talk about all the weed back in the day, the ironic part is that it's all sativas.
Yeah.
You're Mexicans, you're South American, you're Caribbean, you're African, Thailand, Vietnam, Southeast Asia. There's only one place in the world where hash producing plants are grown in quantity, and that was Afghanistan and Pakistan. There's a reason for, I mean, the best, whenever people talk nostalgically about weed, it's always about a sativa.
Yeah. That is true. That is true. But
My
then the
view was
indica
that
took over.
all the indica did is offer you low canopy.
Yeah.
And if you're
Control
growing
canopy for indoor.
right, because originally indoor
More
didn't mean what it
compact
means
flower.
today. Indoor was in the northwest, Canada, Washington, Oregon, grown in a basement. And so height was always an issue.
And
All the different
two week shorter flowering time too as well, minimum.
right, exactly.
And that matters when you're paying for electricity and you're up against the law, right? So
Yeah. And the law was, before, I can remember even as late as 88, 89, people being arrested from infrared readers in helicopters finding grows. Not in Oregon, but in parts of the United States. You could lose your house. You could lose custody of your. I mean, it was serious. In some states, it was prison. I mean, prison, not jail. Like multiple years for just growing a few plants, personal use stuff. I've always been very careful about if the law says this is okay and this isn't. I do the okay. I'll make the adjustment. I'll fix the soil. I'll grow in bigger pots. Again, it's plant count.
You don't have a limit of weight at home?
Well, there is. That's the deal. Okay, in Oregon, I can have on my person, if I had a card, 24 ounces. That means I could have it on the seat of my car driving. I could have it in my backpack. Like anybody needs 24 ounces. But in any event, that's the way the law was written. So if you grow like a lot, say you grow 2 plants and you get 5 pounds off each one.
Yep.
That's where the issue comes in. As far if you're trying to stay on the straight and narrow, you're not even getting. It's not even a ticket. Let's say you got pulled over, and for whatever reason you had 23 and a half ounces in your trunk, or even on the seat of the car, you wouldn't even get a ticket. They might sniff around and make sure your insurance is up to date, or the registration is up to date, but.
We're doing a field sobriety test, sir. Walk the line, touch your nose.
Oh yeah.
ABC's backwards.
I smell something that resembles marijuana in your car. Is a reason for that? Kind of shit.
Well, that's good because it only resembles, isn't.
Well, that's one good thing about smoking good weed. It doesn't smell what cops are used to smelling. Okay.
Fair
So
enough.
you can pass it off as incense.
You have some incense weed you essential in your garden?
I've never, I don't know how people get. I don't know. How do you? You must have to look like a real asshole to get questioned about weed on a routine stuff. Say, tail lights out, or you didn't turn on your signal or something. All of a sudden I want to inspect your car. I'd never even, yeah, whatever.
It's happened. It's happened. It was because I had out of state plates, like, and I was somewhere else. And when they pulled me over, they gave me a real hard time, like a real hard time. They
Hey,
figured I was the person moving it into the area or something. So
I was in Kentucky 50 years ago, 52 years ago. I went to a bar. I had one bottle of beer. One. I had California plates in a Volkswagen in 1974. Not a good idea in Western Kentucky. I'm heading back to where I'm staying, and I get pulled over and I get a sobriety test. Oh, but the machine at the station is broken. So this is it was like a conditional DUI. I don't know what it was. It was a scam. It was a Southern hillbilly scam. Okay, because I had a California orange Volkswagen, bright orange. Okay, California plates. Okay, so you get the idea, and that taught me a lesson. Look like a salesman. Okay, if you, and when you're traveling, I mean, if you're
Buford didn't
going,
like your VW, hey?
no, 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 no.
With a peace
Nor
sign
did,
hanging from the rearview mirror, that wasn't good for him.
nor
Did
did
you
his
had long hair back then?
Oh yeah.
oh yeah, yeah, I was a gangster looking. You know, I was part of the revolution, man. I was home from the army. Uh, yeah, and I really dislike uneducated people. Okay, and being stuck in Kentucky, I mean, I met people that couldn't read or write, had to put an X on a piece of paper for their signature. This was hell. And I was so glad when it was over and I was back in Southern California. All right, man. Hanging out at the beach, not living
That was when
in.
you're National Guard?
No, I was never in the guard. No,
Oh, okay.
I did the Army's hash tour in Germany. Uh, all this hash was pouring into Germany because you had all these American kids stationed there. I mean, what a market. You had 18 to 22-year-old kids away from home with nothing to do, no pussy. Okay. And and hash, and that's where it started, was in Amsterdam. You could not get weed. You could not get weed. But if you went to Amsterdam, you could find all these hashes from Morocco, from Lebanon, Syrian, and some of it was crap, man. I mean, real shit. But a lot of it was excellent, most excellent, even. Especially the better hashes were all made from sativas, like Lebanese. That was a sativa plant. Uh, Nepalese, temple balls. That was a sativa plant. Some of the chara stuff from India, the hand rubbed charas, those were all sativas.
Well, it will be indica because they are from India. No?
No,
There's
here's
yeah,
where here's
there's
where the
both
terms.
there's both are present in India.
Okay,
There's Highland
let
and
me tell
Lowland.
right. Let me tell you what the words actually mean. Okay, the British are the ones who set up the botanical names for plants in Asia when they were in charge of things, and India was a continent. If a plant had the word indica behind it, that indicated that it was a natural plant, a native plant, if you will. So that's why, like, the neem tree has a directa indica. the Karanja tree, which is a Pongamia indica. Okay. The word sativa means that it was planted by a human, it was cultivated, it was planted with intention. That's all it meant. When the dope thing came around in the 70s and 80s, I know we'll call this sativa and we'll call this indica, but it has nothing to do with anything. It has nothing to do with it. Doesn't. Oh, it doesn't matter anyway.
Broadleaf cultivar, thin leaf cultivar.
Exactly. As for an example, in Pakistan and northern India, when you move higher elevation, the leaves get thinner. I don't know what that means, but I don't want to get into this one. I have an opinion in it, but whatever. It doesn't matter.
Well, please share it. I mean,
Well, my strong belief is that the modern day sativas originated in India, and India was trading with Africa as early as the Roman Empire. And
yeah, absolutely.
sailors carried sativa seeds.
Everywhere with them.
And
Yeah, yeah.
I believe that the seeds from India ended up in Africa because if you look at
Yeah.
some of the Africans, they look exactly. And so, as well as the plants in the New World. Because think about this: in pre-Columbian art, which manifested every animal, every symbol that was important to their culture, but there's no sativa plant.
No,
Pre-Columbian.
no, there's
Um, if you look at this, what do you call it? The slave trade. It all originated in Nigeria from the different tribal areas across Africa, but they left Nigeria. Nigeria has been a cannabis port, shipping port since before back again the Roman Empire. And even to this day, it's one of the major producing regions in Europe for European weed is Nigeria. But even looking at the plants, the leaves, the structure, the flavor, the smell, they all have a very common root, including the ones in Southeast Asia, your Thai, Cambodian, Vietnamese. They're all very, very, very similar. It has more to do with specific soil conditions in different regions. But as far as the actual structure of the plants, the leaf structure, and a whole bunch of other metrics that we could discuss, all have a common root. The asshole of the party in this thing was the hash plants in Central Asia, Pakistan, Afghanistan, Bhutan. Those were very like mostly desert soils.
yeah.
I mean, how could you
Huge,
possibly?
huge bud plants that like look perfect to the eyes, but
Right.
don't
Well,
make for good smoke at all. Like
but
they're pretty rough smoking plants. They're
they
made for
were
making
they were
hash, not for fucking
exactly. And hash
not
is a
for flour.
completely different process
Yeah.
of producing the bricks. When I used to get, this was like 55 years ago, 54 years ago. The stuff that came out of Afghanistan were in 250 gram slabs, perfectly shaped. And there were four of them that made a kilo. And then they were wrapped in silk, lack of a better word, binding cloths, laterally and this way, across the center and across the ends. And that was how you bought, that's how the kilos came, were packed like that. So, and you took your knife and you cut it, a buck knife, and you would put it on its edge and then slice it down. And that's how you made your slabs that you sold, for the street guys. Our little ditty was, if it's black, it's Afghani. If it's green, it's Pakistani. Again, we're talking the same region, and yet that variable. There you go.
Nice looking hashes. There's one that looks Pakistani there. My mouse is over it now. Got a little green
Yep.
to
Yep.
it.
Look at the brick.
I used to get the we used to get I used to get the Afghani with these gold seals on them.
Can you
Yep.
put the brick in bigger? Yeah, that one.
This one?
Oh, it's Kashmiri
Oh, that's
gold.
Kashmir. Yeah. That's where the lavender plant comes from, originated
I did not
in the
know that.
in the Kashmir Valley. Yeah, it's a holy plant in the Ayurvedic thing.
Oh, and they sell you some rolling paper on top of it if you want. You see that ad?
Oh yeah, yeah, I love it.
Toronto, same day delivery. Damn.
What kind of website you fell onto?
I don't know. I no idea here. The Canadian website.
That's There's a company out of Canada that controls a whole bunch of American cannabis dispensaries called Curaleaf. Or
Mm,
man, I can't believe it. I mean, I looked them up, and something like 400 dispensaries in the Northeast. Uh,
wow.
well,
Yeah,
here's a.
I've heard of them. I'm not that familiar with them.
I mean, that's what I was trying to
We we
explain about there is no
we
cannabis in.
serve 1 million customers across 14 states.
Yeah,
Pure Leaf operate in Canada.
that's it. Yeah, yeah, yeah,
Yeah, it has a distribution network through Europe, Canada, and
yeah.
Australia.
That's what I mean. There is no cannabis industry. There's a dispensary industry. It's like knowing the old man that still makes his own beer. He's no
Pure Leaf.
competition to Anheuser, to Molson or Anheuser Busch, right? He may make the best beer, but that doesn't matter. It's who sells the most. Okay, and the
Correct.
dispensary's got this down. Like I said before, there's 1,000 dispensaries in Oregon. 1,000
We
for 4 million
calculated
people.
that they do 36% of profit in Manitoba, right?
Yeah. Pure
So
Leaf
are
stock
your
is
lights broken
fucking
down by
trash.
the national or provincial governments?
It's provincial.
Provincial. Provincial. It's basically the same. Like each provincial is basically like a state,
Okay.
and they have their own state laws.
See, our problem here is that there's some states like Idaho, you can't even have any kind of anything, not no medical even, no hemp. The real bullshit or that Delta 9 crap. Um, and there's some states you can go to prison, and especially if you're black, okay, over cannabis. And then other states, it's like, I'm just driving down the road,
Whatever,
smoking my
man.
doobie.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's just the disparity is unreal.
Well, yeah, because like back, like I think it was way back. I think it was like around I don't know 2000, 2001, somewhere around there. We were talking about decriminalizing here in Canada,
Mm-hmm.
and I think it was George W. Bush was the president, and he
Smirk,
was like,
landslide smirk, we called
mm,
them. Compassionate conservatism. That's what we were going to have. Compassionate conservatism.
"Nah, we had a bumbling fool." That was just his dad got another run at running things again. That's all. For the would be the fourth time because he was Reagan's puppet master.
Who?
His father, George
Oh
H. Bush.
God, he was a CIA
He,
guy, man. He
yeah, he's
he,
a
he
CIA guy, and he put Reagan in
yeah,
as a fucking as his little puppet, and
yeah.
then he friggin' went and then lost, and then fucking lost to Clinton, and then yeah.
Oh,
But
it's Ross
Clinton was.
Perot that fucked that one up. He took a
That's right. That's right.
he pulled
This
enough
chicken
votes.
diagram.
He pulled enough votes away from Bush. I
Yeah,
always called him
he did really
landslide.
well for an
Oh yeah,
independent. He did really well. He did really well. Yeah, they made
he
him
was
look
the
dumb though.
he was the first ambassador uh, to China after Nixon recognized China in 72, 73, somewhere in that time frame. He was our guy in Beijing, Peking as it was called then, but later it became Beijing. And oh, Babs, the old lady, she was on one of her drunken sprees. She was in and out of the recovery units in China. Oh yeah, I know that family well.
Hmm.
He was the one that a new world order. Yeah, he was singing that battle cry, what 30 years ago or whatever it was, 35 years ago. Yeah, a new world order.
Yeah, I'm sure you have no room for me in it. So
Well,
No,
after the 9/11, it was pretty much a new world order. The law have changed a lot on the surveillance.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Two
uh,
buildings
Remember
went.
before the internet was pretty free, but then the internet started to be more exam. So what kind of smell you got from your garden, Wissandra? How
Well,
the other one is smelling?
the other one, the other one is very strong, very pungent smelling. It's good. It's a nice plant. Absolutely, really nice plant. The Chernobyl's very citrus, mango kind of like very fruity. The shishka berry is kind of the same thing. It's very like peach
mhm.
or a citrus and
Wasn't
yeah.
that one of Breeder Steve's strains?
That was one of Breeders'
Shishkaberry, yeah.
these. Yeah,
Yeah,
shishka berry.
I
Yeah.
had it was a derivative, but sweet pink grapefruit.
Oh
It
yeah,
was
yeah.
all,
I grew that as well. I
yeah, I
I I,
liked that a
I
lot.
yeah.
Actually, that was where we went to get our seeds at that time in the 90s was up to Vancouver. In the Lionsgate district, there was head shops, and that's where that thumbdick Mark Emery had his den of iniquity, or whatever it was. Well, he
Yeah,
was a
yeah,
trip, man. Gets on national American television and dares uh,
yeah. There's
the
there's
U.S. government DA to come get him and said, "Okay, we will," and they did. What a dumb shit, man.
so they start an extradition like the next day.
I know. Jesus. No, no, no,
then he's
no, no. You
then
can't
he's
get me.
fighting. You can't
Yeah.
you can't get me. No. Like,
I got an attorney. We call we call on YouTube they call them Karens. You know,
They
people
did 5 years for that.
oh yeah. I mean, and they held his they put him in a really shitty see when the Federal Bureau of Prison has their own airline, it's called oh
Delta.
no. It's I know something like Fed Jet or something. It's like a plane that's set up to move prisoners. So the seats have the locks where your handcuffs go, that kind of
Yeah,
stuff.
Delta.
And
Exactly, Delta.
no, this is when they call it penal air, or no, it wouldn't be penal. It was oh, felon air, something like that, or
Yeah, Con Air.
anyway,
Yeah.
it's something like that. Oh, Con Air, that's it, Con Air. Okay, my buddy who they were trying to soften him up so he'd testify against some other people and stuff. So they moved him around from prison to prison, and when they found out that he really didn't like hot prison, they moved him down to Arkansas. Arkansas in the summertime, where it's like a
Oh,
hundred.
that humidity. Yeah,
Oh yeah.
humidity's like
Oh,
90
you
and it's
didn't
like
like that one? Well,
110, but like it feels
yeah,
like it's 140.
yeah. Oh, you didn't like that? Well, let's try Wyoming. Okay, so then they moved into Wyoming. Okay, and then finally they took him to New York and showed him the lay of the land and how the buckwheat, how the boar runs through the buckwheat. Can we talk? And he held strong, man. He held strong, and yeah, he ended up doing, what was it? 108 months, 9 years, and that was with the 20% off. Under our laws, if you, let's say you get convicted of 10 years, 120
Yep.
months, mandatory. You have to do 80% before you can be considered for early release. 80%. So right out of the gate, if you get 10 years, right out of the gate, you're going to do 8. No questions asked. And
Yeah.
federal charges are, well, let me put it this way. They have a 97% conviction rate. Okay. And so bottom line is, if they want you, they're probably going to get you, you know. See, when you're
Yeah, but that's kind of a bullshit statistic though, because like they hit you with like fucking 7 charges and like you
oh, I
you
know,
fight
yeah,
off you
yeah,
fight off 6 of them bitches and then like they get you with like one thing,
yeah,
like
yeah,
god damn it,
exactly.
one thing, and then you're like,
That's what I'm
aha.
saying. If they want you, if
Oh,
they
they
want
got
you,
you.
you're
Yeah.
going. Okay, yeah. So, so the thing is, if you're going to be involved in a clandestine thing, whatever. Non-violence. I'm not talking like murder or that kind of shit. I just mean like, well, even growing weed.
You just grow weed
If
back in the day.
just grow weed, and if it says, hey, don't do more than 40, because then you get into this level, then I do 39. I mean, I'm not stupid, because you can always take a hit. I mean, here's one. Okay, so Patty, my wife, worked with this woman, and she and her husband got popped. Okay, they were middle class, lived in a nice area, and they had a garage put in with a basement. And this is in the days of indoor. So they thought they were home free, right? Unfortunately, they had showed this to a nephew. And one night he's out with his friends and they get pulled over and they were drinking and driving and they're getting arrested. And Junior says, well, and all of a sudden, a few days later, there's cops at the door of the warrant. That line from the Grateful Dead, if you got a warrant, I guess you're going to come in, kind of thing. And so he ended up doing like 6 months or something. I mean, you're never safe, because all it takes is one little, you tell somebody something and they should know, and then they get in trouble on something else, and it's like, well, and then maybe I can get out of my deal and fuck that guy. I don't like him. I'll just go drop a bomb on him. I mean, look, when they take you to the top of the hill and show you what 8 years looks like, you start talking. I mean, the average person, is just, fuck, I got kids, I got a job. Yeah, okay, well.
So we've only had you in custody for 2 hours.
Yeah. I'm scared. I've never been arrested. Yeah, fuck. Yeah. I never took a hit. So, but I was also not paranoid, just there's no good deals in this world. And, stick to what you know and don't venture out. And I never dealt coke. I watched people around me just drop like flies, losing their homes, their families, their jobs, all over, doing another line, an 8 ball on Friday night. So you can kill it with $10 worth of beer. I don't know. I never saw any good in the whole Coke thing. There was just an evil attached to it. And they were after you. I mean, you could get caught with 10 pounds of weed and probably walk. You got caught with 10 pounds of blow and you're going to do serious time.
Yeah.
I remember my buddy, he got caught with 54 kilos. And okay, he had a partner who back like 10 years before they even met, he had done federal time. Like when it wasn't draconian, he did like 2 or 3 years on a weed deal.
And how many kilos did you say?
No, this 54.
54.
Yeah. So fast forward about 10 years, they meet up and they're doing some really good sized things, It's happening.
Let's say.
So all of a sudden, my buddy tells me one day in confidence, I'm involved in this deal. This is in the 90s. He says, I'm involved in this deal that's going to put me into the next century. I said, well, just be careful, man. Yeah. And the next thing I know, I'm getting a call from his brother saying that he had been captured. That was our over the phone talk. He had been captured and he was at the hotel with the coke. Okay. And we were talking in Santa Barbara. And his buddy, who'd already done federal time, okay, is going to bring the buyers and he'll have a knock on the door that'll signal it's him. So all that happens. The problem was that when he got up to open the door, there's DEA, California DEA, California Marshals, Santa Barbara Marshals, county sheriffs, I mean, he takes it to one of the top liars in Southern California, did cartel level stuff. And he looked at the arrest report and everything. And this guy, this is 30 years ago, 35 years ago almost. He was getting $800 an hour. All right, this attorney. And he folds up the thing and he hands it to him. He says, plead guilty. You're done. I mean, basically, you're done. And just plead guilty. And he ended up getting, he did 108. So he did 9 years. And they bounced his ass everywhere. Oh, let's try Louisiana. Huntsville, Alabama. I mean, that's been a federal prison since the 1920s. Can you imagine what that place is like? You want to fuck around? Well, let's play fuck around. And so they finally, I guess, probably got the other guys or they died, or whatever. And they finally left him alone. And he finished it off, and he was in out here on the other side of Portland. I mean, what a deal! Federal prison, and you're in Oregon. I mean, could be worse. It was. So, Con Air. Oh, his brother. His brother did a dumb shit. They started building these homes in Southern California, and they would be split down the middle. They were duplexes.
Right.
So it looked like a large house, but it was actually two houses.
It was two. Okay. Yeah.
Okay. And this is a nice area, nice neighborhood, and new. So he rents this place to grow weed, and the garage is in the front of the house. So in the main part of the house, it has walls with insulation. It has, walls on plasterboard on both sides of the frame, right? But not so much in the garage, meaning that there's gaps in the between the wall of the garage. You can see in the other garage that there's a light on. Okay. So he sets up to grow weed, and he's such an asshole. He's dead now. So, rest in peace. He wasn't a very nice fellow. I forget the weed part, just in general. So he gets a dog. He wants a barking dog in the yard. He thinks that'll help. And it's next door neighbor they share this common wall now, this garage wall, and there's no tape. They didn't tape and mud it. He is a night worker, so he needs to get his sleep. And the dog, it's a puppy. It barks, and he's got a job. He's out driving a truck, delivering food and stuff. So he comes home, and the guy next door comes over and says, "Hey, can we do something about the dog?" And my buddy, whatever you want to call him, he says, "Fuck you." He goes, "You live in the city. People have dogs. Deal with it." Just like that. Well, it didn't take long till he saw the light, the grow lights through the wall at one point, called the county sheriff office. They came in and sent a guy in a civilian, car and everything. And he observed this light. So they pull a warrant. He comes home from work one day, and he's got a front room full of sheriffs, and take his ass in. All because he couldn't keep his fucking mouth shut. Okay. That was Chip. That was his way of dealing with, hey, fuck you, man. You live in the city, the people have dogs. Okay. Instead of like, okay, let me see what I can do, doing something. And just invite the guy to retaliate. So he ends up doing 6 months at a work camp somewhere out in the California desert, like around Barstow or, some really Victorville. I thought, man, you really deserve that. And he did it during the summer too. So it was like 110. Couldn't happen to a bigger prick. That's what I mean, though. You end up, you meet somebody, you do some business with them, and everything's cool. But then you meet his friends or family, and then things get complicated because personalities and friendships get involved in. You're not making good decisions. Well, I can trust them. You can trust everybody until they're getting squeezed. Okay. I mean, hell, they got the entire mafia to turn on each other back in the 80s. Remember the Capo trials? They put away every family's head rolled. Well, a couple of them didn't make it to. Paul Castellano got murdered. So he was facing trial, but but anyway, just my view is that that's just not worth it anymore. I don't know. I mean, you get popped now. I mean, I don't know about Canada, but in the States, you're talking serious time.
Yeah.
Because then they hit you with RICO. It's a crime. Something means recurring crime organization. RICO. It's an acronym, but I don't remember exactly what it stands for. And if they go after you with RICO, man, you're really fucked because it can cover anything, and does.
Yeah, it covers like organized crime. Is a criminal charge under the Racketeering, Influence, and Corrupt Organization Act.
That's it. Yeah. That's like a catch-all law that is used in the United States. Well, not anymore. We don't have one now. But when we had a Department of Justice, uh,
Oh,
before,
come on. He's not the first to weaponize it. He's the second to weaponize it, but he's definitely weaponizing it.
well, it sounds mean spirited, but maybe not. Okay. I cut my teeth, my political teeth on Richard Nixon. All right. 1972, the mantra was don't change dicks in the middle of a screw. Reelect Nixon in 72. So, and I mean, I've been through what, 7, 8 presidents. There's nothing to write home about. I mean,
each of them progressively worse.
oh God, yeah. I mean, the only decent man in my lifetime was Jimmy Carter.
Yeah.
And he got overridden by the Kennedy family. And that's how we ended up with Ronald Reagan. Jesus. Talk about dementia. So, yeah. I'm also philosophical about it. Let's just go back 1 century. That's not long in human history at all. So 100 years ago, World War I was over. We weren't a power at all. That didn't happen
No.
until at the end of World War II.
And primarily because you stayed neutral while everyone else was fighting the
right.
war. Like, yeah.
They were still fighting.
And then so at the end, you still had
century.
factories and fucking.
Yeah. And so England was the big player.
Yeah.
And France, because they had colonies. In Germany, they all had colonies. And that's what gave them money. At the end of World War II, they were out of money, and most of Europe gave up their colonies. It wasn't feasible anymore.
Yep.
And then the United States, about filling the vacuum, we stepped in, and because we'd won World War II, basically. And we needed an enemy, so we got one, the Russians. Excuse me, Soviet Union. Okay. Anyway, all I'm trying to explain is that empires rise and fall. That's the story of the human race. And we've had, 80 years in the sun? That's a long time in terms of empires. And we've shit on every country we could, including Canada, financially. I mean, on every level. Trump's the first one to mouth it, but I mean, the whole history since World War II has been Canada's like the younger brother, kind of like the royalties. There's Charles and then his idiot brother Andrew, and so I mean, you guys have kind of gotten the short shift. I mean, you're just basically a subsidiary. Who stuck you guys with Stellantis?
How did we get to be the pedophile brother? Like,
yeah. Well, now we got him as president. He's another buddy in that whole circle.
Well, they were all there. So they're all gross. Like,
yeah.
100%. Yeah, no. Anybody who was there.
In 4 months,
there's gonna be somebody in the group that really shouldn't be there. They just like innocently went with somebody else and weren't involved in any of that stuff, but they'll be pulled through the mud. But the majority are thing, but we'll never hear the list because they are all on it.
A really good one is England. At the end of World War II, when England gave up their colonies, they still kept it intact with the what's the organization?
Commonwealth.
Commonwealth, thank you. Okay, and then one by one, India peeled off. We're done.
Yep.
Okay, we had enough of your guys' shit. We've had 400 years of you guys. Go home, kind of thing, or 300, whatever it was.
Goodbye, Canada. Goodbye, Antigua. Goodbye, St. Kitts and Nevis. Yeah, it was just like
they were a
they just couldn't
financial
afford
mess.
to run. Yeah, they couldn't afford to run the empire anymore. And
No,
then, yeah, as well as then the U.S. had U.S. set up to be the worldwide dollar. Then at that point, and the
right,
before the British pound had been the powerhouse before that, so they lost a bunch of their power at that same time.
right. And then, by the 60s, England was a poverty stricken. Yes, you had the haves and the have-nots. It's just that their have-nots had grown to be the bulk. You see pictures from London and the big cities in the 60s, and man, it's like, whoa. Things just changed. That's just part of the. And here's the way I look at it. I'm in 4 months. I'm going to be 75. It was a good life. I'm okay. Hey, you guys figure it out. I'll see you on the other side, man. You know, I can't get worried. How can I worry about something I have no control over? I can't control that people voted for this idiot. I mean, the guy's a fucking idiot. I mean, I'm convinced he's suffering from dementia.
Perhaps. I'm convinced that people's attention span has gotten so small and we now require our president to be a form of entertainment. Like
A TikTok.
Yeah.
That's what it's come down to. You, how many likes do you get on your social media? I mean,
Yeah.
really. I'm trying to figure out. Okay, how do you become, or not that I'm interested. I'm just curious. Who anoints you an influencer? I mean, I don't get this part. How do you become an influencer?
I think they consider you an influencer once you have 10K. I think followers. So you were an influencer when you were on Instagram.
Okay. I have to tell you, I just in a couple of parties in particular that I really riled up on a daily basis. It's like I had my weekly Turd in the Punch Bowl award. Yeah. So anyway, I had fun with that one because I don't know. I just got a kick out of fucking with the people in the weeby groovy cannabis scene. But yeah, I'll leave that one alone.
The forums were a fun place.
Well, yeah, the forums were really fun because that was really wide open. The old Wild West. I mean, okay. Well, I won't name names, but there was like I said before, the breeders all had their own sub forum. Okay. And so within that structure, let's say Joe Michaels is a breeder, and Joe Michaels had a sub forum, and in that sub forum only, he was God. He could change your post, he could edit, he could delete it, he could ban you. Now you wouldn't be banned from IC Mag, just his little corner, right? Okay. So there was a breeder.
For those of you who don't know, he's talking about Subcool.
No, he wasn't there. He was banned as early as 210 by Gypsy himself. Because remember something, Gypsy was the there were two seed companies that owned overgrow.com, a Canadian based one was Heaven's Stairway or Stairway to Heaven seed company, and there was one with an Indian name. Anyway, they owned Overgrow, and when they got taken down by DEA and RCMP, Gypsy was the one holding the keys to the kingdom. He was all over in London. And thus was born IC Mag, which never published. It was International Canographic Magazine that never published a magazine. And so you had these breeders that had been associated with Overgrow, and that
Yep.
became Seed Bay and Seed Boutique. And Vic High was part of that group. So when our favorite non-breeder shows up with Space Queen, you can see there's some old camaraderie with Vic High. Anyway, he was banned as early as 2010. And it was between Gypsy and Subcool, Monty, whatever his name was. Okay. So anyway, this breeder, well, never mind. I'll leave. I'll just let it lie. He got other. Well, there were 4 people that I gave seeds to and cuts that went off and started their own seed company. At one time, Potent found 3 or 4 different cookies franchises that had the one in it. Gee, I didn't know that it was it 34% THC? That's some stupid shit. And they were getting, $6.75 or something an ounce down one in Southern California. Just the usual stuff. Just laughing my ass off. I never got a dime, from anybody. And yeah. So
Yeah.
that's just, it's a scam. I mean, anybody that has a female plant that spits out nanners is all of a sudden in the seed business. Oh yeah, I crossed a. Anyway, I just I could but anyway, so at Instagram I had fun with a couple breeders that eventually decided to get into the line of work. I mean, you've seen like Snoopy cartoons, and they have that Christmas tree that there's no.
Yep.
Okay, so I would put that up and say that this is an example of Joe Blow's genetics. Notice you don't have to do your own defoliation; it's already done for you. Shit like that. And a couple soil companies too that I had fun with. It'll even grow a weed. You have to take a picture of a weed. So I had a lot of fun putting up. And then there was one person that is associated with Potent. She and her husband or whatever he is, freaking prick. If you mentioned me, they would ban you. Okay. And I really fucked with them. I just
Are they earth medicine people?
Yeah.
Is that
them?
Yeah.
I came up with a hashtag DEM, dragon, their name, and then _wit, dimwit. And so yeah. What's funny is
they were the ones that you had to put the fucking seed in your mouth before you put it in the soil.
Yeah.
because it'll make it somehow better for you. You'll know
Okay.
that it's growing for you.
Okay. So they claim like they're really into biodynamics, Rudolf Steiner and the whole Demeter thing. Okay. But the ironic part is that none of their ingredients are Demeter certified. It's just a way to get, okay. So within the, and I am not a biodynamic guy. I think it's horseshit, complete horseshit. But the one that really cracks me up is something called the moon blood. And you take some menstrual blood and put it on the soil, and it brings in this cosmic power that, blah, 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 blah. Okay. All right. So one week I put up, I did it in Photoshop or whatever, that I was going to sponsor a Moonblood event this Friday night, whatever. And we're going to have two teams. One team will have tampons, and the other team will have menstrual pads. And at 11:45, we'll start the game, and you just toss the menstrual blood devices at each other. Anyway, so yeah, I had fun with that kind of shit too, because I wasn't taking them as seriously as they took
How long
themselves.
was your suspension after that?
None. But here was the funny part is that I get a phone call from Tad Hussey, and let me do my arithmetic, 16, 15, and 15. He says, "Boy, you sure are big over at IG." I said, "What's IG?" He says, "Instagram." I said, "What's Instagram?" He says, "You really don't know?" I said, "No, I have no idea." I said, "I'll go check it out." So I've always used Clackamas Coot. So, so I registered as Clackamas Coot. And so the next morning I called Ted and I said, "So what's a follower?" He goes, "Oh, did you get a few?" I said, "Yeah, 900. And he goes whining about, "That's more than I have. And I've been there for whatever, some shit." Okay, so this went on for like 4 months, and I got up to like 34,000, something like that. And then one Sunday morning, I got up really early. I always do. I usually get up like 4 o'clock and read and what have you. So I started thinking about this whole Instagram. This is right after uh, what do you call it? Facebook had bought them.
Yeah.
Okay. So I thought, this is fucking stupid. Why am I even doing this? So I canceled my account, and I was gone for like 2 years. So when I came back, it was over, and it doesn't matter. I get an account, and this time with 6 months, I got 42,000. And then I did the same thing. It's like, I don't want to do this, fuck it. So I just canceled my account. But in the meantime, I had so much fun with like the Demwits. Cause okay. So the guy that owns Malibu Compost,
Yeah.
which isn't first of all, isn't compost. Okay. And it's a game, it's a scam and a half. He decided that I was gonna make him rich. And I decided I didn't want anything to do with him. Okay, so he got me involved in a couple things, and I don't know, whatever. But he was friends with the Demwits, and she would call him every Monday morning to gripe about Clackamas Coot and what he had. And she had this idea that I was relying on him, and then nothing could be further from the truth. I've never been associated with anybody. But I knew it was got to be fun because I knew what to do to get her to react a certain way. and she'd call up and rag on him for like an hour at a time about what an asshole I was and this and that and whatever. And that would just drive me to like, okay, I can play fuck around with you. All right. And that's when I gave her like 3 weeks in a row the Turd in the Punch Bowl Award. And uh,
Oh.
that was, yeah, that was what was really funny is that Tad Hussey couldn't be, he goes, how many, I mean, because they kept climbing. I had no idea, like, how, how does this work? You know, I just was curious. And then I got like really bored, like, this is really childish. I mean, and I guess now it's really, now it's like mostly video or something or animation or I haven't been there. It's been like several years since I've been over there.
Yeah, that's mostly video. Mostly video content.
It was funny though. I met a lot of the breeders I've heard about, didn't know any, didn't know them online, and got nothing but compliments, like good, because they were trying to grow good seeds and whatever, so.
Right. It's no wonder a lot of people have used the one. It's good. It's a good plant.
What's that?
I said it's no wonder a lot of people have used the one. It's
Yeah.
a good plant.
Well, I've given away, God, thousands of seeds. Had seeds created in Hawaii because they have better conditions for creating seeds in Portland, Oregon. I can promise you that. I sent cuts and was one of DJ Short's discontinued strains called Velvet Rush. It has the same Highland, the blue tie, the Highland tie. So what I did is I sent those seeds to the Velvet Rush with the cuts of the TO. And so you had two different ties. And that's the one called the Agnes.
Right on.
So.
Right.
But I'm not a breeder. I did some, I crossed some seeds. I think Luther Burbank was a breeder. The guy created over 500 hybrids in his life. That's a breeder, not a guy that shakes some pollen on a, look, I created a seed. Maybe it'll germinate. I guess
it did germinate. It did germinate. Then you picked the one, and then it was so good that it's been around for near 50 years.
41. Yeah, it was 84. Yeah, 84. Almost 42 now. Yeah, it wasn't because I had a family, and growing weed was just, no big deal. It wasn't like I just wanted good smoke. So, and I don't give a shit what anybody says. I know what it's like. You don't always have a good crop. I don't care who sees you. Hey, agriculture is agriculture. I don't care what you're growing. You have good years and you have bad years. It's just, the way it works out. So what you strive to do is the best you can, not keep hopping from this miracle to that miracle, thinking that somehow this is going to change. You're going to reinvent agronomy because you're using blah, blah, blah versus do.e. I mean, it's not even sensical. Hey, Poten, how you doing?
How's it going?
Good. How you doing?
Hello.
I'm all right. Just been busy working, so just got home a little later than expected. We got a bunch of heavy rain coming this weekend, so just trying to help.
Yeah, we're supposed to get hit really hard too this weekend.
Yep.
Something with it, a vortex or some term they used.
Anyway,
high winds.
Yeah, we're supposed to get like 4 to 6 inches of rain or something fucking crazy.
Right. Oh, that's a normal day and not weekend in Oregon. Not really, but it seems like it sometimes.
In the rainy season, it is.
Oh God, no kidding. Yeah, the first year I moved here, I moved in June, and according to the locals, this was the best summer in like 10 years. You know, some crazy number, right?
Mhm.
And the rain season officially starts October 1st through September 31st. Each state does their own thing, right? Okay. Anyway, it started raining first week of October, and the next day that we had a rain-free day, that measurable rain was the third week of January. And I had moved up from Southern California and thought, Jesus Christ, man. It rains for 3 months, you know. Uh fuck.
That happened to me when I moved to Oklahoma in 2019. I moved there like April 28th or something, and it didn't stop raining until July like 10th. And they had like the biggest floods that they've like ever had in Oklahoma since before the
Yeah.
Army Corps of Engineers built the water mitigation. It was so bad. So we didn't even get the weed in the ground until like late July, which was like insane because you couldn't drive a tractor. You couldn't even put the irrigation lines in the field because it was just too wet, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So really crazy. I went out, did a little mushroom hunting today, found a couple chanterelles and one porcini, but I think the next storm is hopefully I'll have enough rain to really get the mushrooms popping.
I love growing my I mean I did the uh no, what do you call it? Microdosing. But I mean just in general, growing oysters and lion's mane and what have you. Uh I belong to a couple different mycological groups that do you're allowed under federal law and federal lands to harvest a 5 gallon bucket a day.
Nice.
So that's a good hit, you know.
You can
And
you can pay a thing at the forest stand and it's like $10. It's like $1 a pound or $2 a pound after that. Or whatever, and you get your little permit at the beginning of the season. I used to do
yeah.
that.
Well, this one group that I belong to, you go out with a qualified group leader, whatever you, I mean, really good at identifying and knowing what they're talking about, which ones to harvest. And I'm not a mycologist by any stretch of the imagination, but I understand the process, but I'm not a.
Well, what's funny is it's like what 3% of mushrooms can like severely hurt you and like 10% will make you sick versus like 42% of plants or something like that. And everyone worries
Right.
about mushrooms.
Okay, there's a kind of a joke, I guess you call it. These mushroom groups, you can eat any mushroom that you want. Some you don't get a second chance.
Right? Any mushroom edible ones.
But yeah, no, you're right. The numbers that actually kill you is minuscule. People have this fear of mushrooms. I mean, if you look at the history of the universe, fungi was the first. There's three kingdoms: fungi, plant, and animal. And fungi was the one that created, like for example, fungi are closer to animals in terms of respiratory system. For example, they take in air like animals do, like we do, use the oxygen, expel CO2. Plants do the opposite, take in air, use the CO2, and expel oxygen. This just as an example. And what you're seeing when you see a mushroom is that's just a flowering agent, an agent to carry the spores for the next generation. The real mushroom or the colony is the mycelium, which out in the wild, there's one here in Oregon. I forget the size of it, but it's like it's crazy how big it is. It's the largest in the world, right on the other side.
It's on the quaking aspens. It's I can't remember the name of the fungi, but it's on the quaking aspens there.
Yeah. I mean, it's like measured in I don't want to say because I'll have it wrong. It sounds, but it's like unbelievable how big this mycelium colony is. There's some really ancient forests still here in the Northwest. I mean, especially in Vancouver area, Vancouver Island, right down the coast, Washington and Portland, and down into Humboldt.
I've not been out to see the rainforest out there.
Oh, it's magnificent. I mean, it's mind blowing.
If
you're a fisherman, If you're a fisherman, you want to go out there and fish Vancouver Island salmon, the salmon runs, the king salmon. I mean, there's like 4 or 5 different species of salmon. Just that group. Yeah. Halibut. I've been fishing up there a few times, and it's the scenery is unreal. I mean, I don't care if you put me in a $20 million home. I wouldn't live in most states. I want to living on the edge of a continent's really cool. There's a drama in just the scenery and the magnificence of the cliffs and the rock formations. And yeah, I mean, it's just an incredible place to live.
What pisses me off, a bunch of Yurok tribal members this year got busted on the Klamath River using gill nets. And it's like, they paid all those millions of dollars to take out all those dams, and you fucking assholes are gill netting the fucking river for salmon. Like, all of you should be fucking arrested for like 25 years. Like, fuck you.
Yeah.
Fuck you 1,000 times. Fuck you. You fucking selfish cunts. Like, that's one thing that pisses me off. I think they need to crack down hard on the Native Americans here on the tribal shit until the rivers are fucking repaired, dude. Like, I don't give a fuck about your tribal rights. Like, you're poaching. You're fucking poaching the river and destroying like the last little bit of this resource. Like, fuck you. Let that put a 10-year moratorium on anyone, like tribal or otherwise, from taking anything from the river, and watch how quickly it'll repair itself. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Just let it heal first. Goddamn. That's what pisses me off. But like 4 of them got busted. They had a whole pickup truck full of fucking salmon and gill nets, and it was like, dude, you fucking bastards. Anyway, that really made me angry.
There's this is kind of a long, convoluted story, but right at the end of the Oregon Trail is Willamette Falls on the Willamette River, which runs south to north to connect with the Columbia on the way out to the Pacific. Okay. There's been a mill there since the 1870s. At first, it was a timber mill that turns timber into lumber. And it would be loaded on barges, taken up to Portland, loaded on ships and railroads. Because they don't have trees in Kansas. So if you want to build something out of wood, you got to get it out of the Northwest. I'm talking about 150 years ago, whatever. Okay, so there's been and then it was a woolen mill. Because you got moving water. This is before electricity, so that's how you did things. Turn grains into flour, So then it became a paper mill in, like, say, the 1960s, something like that. The problem is they produce newsprint, the kind of paper that you use for newspaper and telephone books. Problem is we don't read newspapers anymore, and we certainly don't use phone books. Okay, and plus it's cheaper to buy paper out of China. That type of paper, that newsprint, they call it, newsprint paper. Okay, the native tribe up here, the Willamette and the Clackamas tribes, were guaranteed to have this land back by treaty federal treaty done back in the 20s or some shit. Okay, that the native tribe would get this land back. And so that's in the process. And one of the investors is Ballmer, the guy that was head of Microsoft, Ballmer, Steve Ballmer, something like that. It's a brother or a cousin, I don't know, something. They've got big money in it. So they're going to turn this into a interpretive center, museum, whatever you want to call it, right? Not even an eighth of a mile from where I live. So whoever inherits this house is probably going to inherit a nice, piece of investment. This tribe has so much money because in Oregon, I don't know if it's still this way, but I think so. The only way you can open up a casino is tribal owned. So, like you and I couldn't start it and collect money in an investment group and build a casino. So they're flush with cash. And it's weird seeing a building and a factory from the 1870s being torn down. And like this river and the fishing, salmon fishing on the rivers has come back. It's one of the top salmon runs in North America. Is on the Willamette River going up to the Columbia River out to the ocean.
You got huge white sturgeons on the Columbia River too. They got some big ones in the Klamath as well, but
yeah.
I've never seen one in the Eel River, but I'm sure they're around.
Speaking of eels, I don't care for it, but it's a delicacy. It's a native food here.
The lamprey
for centuries was eating eels, and they come from the falls and they catch them in nets, and they have a big food festival every year, inviting the community to come out and try the native, food items, the breads and.
Is there an eel here? I thought we just had lampreys, but is there an eel?
Maybe I'm not sure now that you asked. I'm pretty sure they call it eel. Yeah. On the Willamette River at Oregon City. Because they just had a big festival and they had the tribal members out there catching it using traditional methods. Because by my house is a osprey nesting stand, and they eat a lot of eel. They're an eagle that basically eats marine life, fish, eels, what have you. It's really fascinating to watch them dive into the water to a giant eagle. They just go down at like a 45-degree angle. It's like crazy.
That's what I thought. All the freshwater eels in the U.S. are on the Atlantic side. There aren't any on the Pacific. So it's just the lampreys. They look like eels, though.
Yeah, I'm not. Maybe yeah, I don't know that much. I just see the signs of the tribe having this, that going on. So. I live in a town. I mean, it isn't old by, say, East Coast standards, like where you grew up. But for West Coast, I mean, they have buildings that from the 1870s is quite remarkable. I mean,
Yeah.
the first settlers didn't even arrive here until 1840. So they have like some kind of a factory of sorts, 30 years later.
Yeah, these things are crazy. You got the sucker mouth on them. They got like a sucker.
Oh, yeah.
Super gnarly. They have holes on the sides. Do you know the Romans used to use these for executions? Not the Pacific ones, but there's a Mediterranean one, lamprey. and they had pools that had terracotta pots. It was on the sides, and they would live inside the little pots and nest. But they would have like slaves that were fucked up, or people that they got caught for more, or spies or whatever, and they would throw them in the water with all the lampreys, and the lampreys would like eat them alive. It was
Oh
like
my God.
an execution method.
Yeah, no shit.
It's pretty gnarly. Yeah, Vitus Polio is what's the name of the dude that came up with that idea? So Roman of the equestrian rank, and friend of the emperor. Later became infamous for his luxurious tastes and cruelty to his slaves. When they displeased him, he fed them to lampreys.
Hmm.
I think they should, what a great tradition to bring back for the people on the Epstein list. Feed them to lampreys.
I agree. Agreed.
It is a pretty gnarly fucking pretty gnarly fucking way to kill people. And they like have like a buzzsaw mouth that's like, and they like twist and tie themselves in a knot to pull themselves through to rip flesh off. They're like, it's particularly gruesome. Think like chest burster from Aliens.
Hmm. Hey, I was going to ask you, do they still do the Emerald Cup?
No, Tim did not do the
Oh.
Emerald Cup this year. In fact, I'm going to do an event on the 15th of November at Tim's place down there at Area 101. I'm one of the guest speakers for their event coming up. Where's my screen? There we go. I'm one of the guest speakers at their harvest party on the 15th. Mama K is putting on a pretty cool.
So when was the last time they had the Emerald Cup?
I think last year.
Oh,
So it's been a while since they've had the proper Emerald Cups. I think since before COVID. Yeah.
Oh,
It was
okay.
before COVID.
Okay.
They had it at Santa Rosa, the way it used to
Gotcha.
be. But they did a thing where they have the like um Hall of Flowers, which was just recently. Then they have like a fall harvest celebration, they call it, which is kind of
Mm.
like how old Emerald Cup used to be with all the vendors and all the growers and stuff. And then they have the actual award ceremony is in like April or May or something in LA. It's fucking stupid.
Hmm.
And the idea was to try and like make the award ceremony closer to where most of the buyers are, which is in SoCal. So they were trying to like do that, but I don't know. I thought it was poorly thought out, but that's just my opinion. I mean, he's a nice guy and all. Like I always enjoy going down there and hanging out at the events where I got a booth lined up for the 15th. So aside from being a speaker, but they're fun. If you've never been to an event at Area 101, they're pretty awesome. It's different from most other places in terms of how relaxed it is.
I went to one event. It was because it was in Seattle, and it was the High Times Cup
Oh, those
that
are
year.
terrible.
Brutally terrible. Yeah, brutal.
Yeah, the
Unbelievable.
like
Terrible.
I went to one and they had like not addressed the trails very well, and there was this guy that was in a wheelchair that was stuck in the mud and couldn't move. So me and some other people had to like pick him up in the wheelchair and then carry him over to where he could like actually drive his automated wheelchair. I felt so bad for the guy. But it took us like 6 of us to pick him up and move him because he had like a big battery and everything on the wheelchair. I felt so bad for the guy because he was just stuck, couldn't do anything, you know.
Hey, is DJ Short still around?
He's alive. I don't know.
Oh,
how he's
okay.
doing. Yeah, I know he hasn't passed away or anything.
Okay.
He was on somebody's show not super long ago. Let's say the last X number of months. His website still got plenty of stuff on. I'm looking at it right now. I was just trying to.
I feel like his son's doing the breeding now for some reason.
He contacted me direct at IG when I had an account there several years ago. Because the name I didn't, I had no idea when I got the seeds that were marked Velvet Rush. It was in '86 at a friend's 4th of July party, and he had been up here selling seeds from the Brotherhood collection to people in the Northwest, and he ran into a guy who later turned out to be, and I didn't know this because I never heard of the guy, DJ Short. But I was given the seeds and they were marked Velvet Rush, and so I always used that name. And then I got, we're at IG, is Instagram, and I get a message telling me that he's DJ Short's son and that he remembers that strain. It was on his way to create the blueberry strain, something like that. It was, but it had too much tie. It was too big. I mean, the biggest one I grew was 18 foot tall. So definitely not an indoor basement in Portland strain. So anyway, basically it has that same tie, the blue Highland tie in it. And that's the one I called Agnes after my dog. Because I didn't do that. I sent the material to have it done in Hawaii where you have better weather patterns to get good seeds and trying to do it in Portland with all the rain and everything. So that was in the Pacalola you have.
Okay,
So
cool.
it's a wonderful. It's real. If you like, if that's your thing. If you like that type of your Thai, Southeast Asian sativa, the rotted fruit, rosewood, mango, that kind of stuff. So anyway,
Nice. I remember I used to get his blueberry from. Actually, I used to get blueberry from Dragonfly Earth Medicine through a mutual person that we both knew in the Philadelphia area. Way back
oh
in,
wow.
there was these 3 women in BC that were growing
But wasn't there's something
shit ton of it.
correct me if I'm wrong. Wasn't there a blueberry that was created by the guys up in British Columbia? Vic High and Breeder Steve and Jordan of the Islands, the
I
British
have no
Columbia
idea,
Growth
man.
Association. Okay,
Yeah, I don't
because
know.
there was
I don't ever remember any blueberry from Steve. But Wes probably would know this better than I do. But I don't ever remember any blueberry. Shishka berry for sure, but not blueberry.
No, remember any blueberries? No.
okay. I'm wrong.
Great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It
I
might
mean,
have been
I've
Beverly Isle or something, but it wasn't
I've
Steve.
grown a lot of seeds that came from the BCGA in the late '90s because that's where the only real seeds. Ordering seeds from Holland was a disaster. I bought the only time I ever bought seeds was online. I mean, I bought some from Neville that I don't believe were Neville seeds. His Haze Northern Lights seeds. The one that's is so strong to make you lose control of your bowels. I guess shitting on yourself is a goal amongst real cannabis users.
Plays the brown note.
I don't know.
Play the brown note.
If you can find the catalog online, the seed bank catalog. That was the name of his company, the seed bank. And then he's got a page devoted to the Hayes Northern Lights and all the claims that it's the strongest weed in the world. And all I can tell you is that in today's money, well, and money in 1988 when I got them, it cost me $200 for 20 seeds.
That was a lot of money then.
Yes, at least $800. Meaning, and I bought 10 packs, so that was $2,000 cash. So it'd be $8,000 in today's money. Let me put it this way: I've never bought a seed since. I don't need to get fucked again. I couldn't believe. Never mind. It wasn't a big deal. It was not a big deal. On the other hand, who knows? I mean, you're sending it to a blind post office box in fucking Amsterdam in 1988. You know, what do you think's going to happen? Guaranteed genetics. Yeah.
Remember how hard it was back in the fucking black market days just to even get seeds? Like
That's what I mean.
drive all
Yeah.
the way up to Montreal to get fucking seeds because you couldn't really find them in where I was unless there was one guy I knew that grew, but he was pretty weird about giving out cuts, and so I'd have to.
Oh, that was another thing. Everything was cuts.
Yeah.
You seldom ever got a seed. You got, if you were lucky, you got a cut from a friend of a friend who knew what they were doing, supposedly. And then again, you got to do it yourself and then cross your fingers and,
Or how stoked you'd be to find like one seed and really good bud that you bought. You know?
Yeah.
Kids have no idea how hard it used to be.
No kidding.
Yep.
And the paranoia of like, did I put stuff in the trash that I didn't put, like all that kind of like, you can't fucking teach kids that these days. Not kids, but you know what I mean, the youngins.
Or don't go to a grocery store in your car. You get a daily rental. Because they're taking pictures of license plates and blah blah blah. I mean,
and then go the long way home and stop at like 12 places to make sure you're not being followed and all that shit.
Luckily, as a group, maybe because of the weather, Portland and Seattle had ultra high level number of gardeners. So having really good garden centers, unrelated to cannabis. Yep. I mean, just places where you go buy your compost and you get real fertilizers,
Just wait till the fucking sea fog rolls in, then go to the store. They can't take a picture of shit.
Yeah. I mean, one of the biggest nurseries I know of is owned by now they're international chain of nurseries called a Monrovia Nursery. They started in Monrovia, California back in the 20s, the other 20s. They have 1,000-acre facility here. That's a lot of acreage. And 1 acre can hold 3,500 plants in number one pots. So that's the kind of volume. So getting nursery products is not a bit. I mean, we've been doing nursery here since the 1880s, growing plants and then shipping them. So you can imagine the resources that are available once you step outside the cannabis deal. I mean, a water system is a water system. I don't give a shit whose name is on it. Anyway.
Yeah. I feel you, man. It's been,
Okay, here's one thing that they got to go, but okay, think about a tube type device that you can put potting soil in. So it's about big around as a quarter. Let's say an inch and a half. How's that?
Yeah, yeah.
And it's maybe like 8 inches deep. You clone in that so that when you goes into the transplant room or area, the machine punches a hole that fits this cylinder that you created with your cut. Can you imagine how well that grows? Are you there?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. So anyway, that's the kind of mechanization that you have. Monrovia Nursery, just this facility, and they have like 10 facility places like this around the world. They do 10,000 cuts a week. They have a shed, the rooting shed, and the workers bring in these burlap sacks that have been wet, and they're just stuffed with plant material that, branches from the trim. And you can imagine how many times a week you have to do that on that level of plants. A typical nursery here will ship between 350 and 500,000 plants every season across the country to nurseries and Home Depots and, Target stores and all that shit. So almost $2 billion a year, which for a state with 400 million people is a lot of money just for that one industry. So you definitely got the tools here, the specialized equipment, really good cloning stuff. Uh, None of the bullshit with dip and grow and whatever. Salicylic acid, baby.
Well, it's been a good grow season this year, but it looks like the heavy rains are here for good starting on Friday.
Harvest time.
Yep. And you know what's cool? I had forgot to mention this. I'm working on. I got kind of like frustrated, and I realized I have one really good window in my kitchen that I bought a rack for it, so I have like a new plant rack. I've been getting
Oh,
different
cool.
diverse plants for it, so I got a bunch of Droseras. Two of them are about to go to flower. I got a fly trap, and then I got a
Oh, yeah.
sarcasine, and then a two Nepenthes. So I've been like
I remember having
tending
those. I had the flight traps when I was a kid.
Yeah, they're really
Yeah.
cool. I
On the
really
road.
like the South African Droseras are really cool. They're eating because if you've ever lived near the coast on the west coast where the mud flats are, you have those like little bay flies. They're like bigger than a gnat but smaller than a fly.
Yeah.
They're like annoying us. They don't hurt anything and they don't land on you and they're not bite. They
Boom,
don't bite.
boom, fly.
They're just kind of like annoying. Anyways, the whatever the Droseras like have like a nectar or a scent to them or whatever. And man, they go right to them and just or get covered in them in my kitchen. So I don't have any, I crack the window or whatever because they can get through the screen because they're small enough. I don't have to worry about it now because the Droseras just eat them all. And if you guys don't know what a Drosera is a sundew plant, and they have like little sticky trichomes, almost like a cannabis plant does, except they curl around and eat the bug that they catch on the sticky gland heads. They're pretty cool.
What's that plant on the Oregon coast and probably Northern California? It looks like it's like purple stripes on green that go up and down. It has like a trumpet.
Oh, I know.
Uh,
Well, cobra lily.
yes. I mean, you have acres of them here in certain areas along the coast where you have a lot high
This
water
one.
level.
This one.
It's coming up.
Is that the one you're talking about?
Yes.
Yep. So these are cobra lilies, and they're another type of pitcher plant and they only grow in like Southern Oregon and Northern California, and that's it.
Wow.
They're like
Yeah,
pretty
I've seen
rare the
some
rest of the
really
world.
big plots of them. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. Yeah, they're pretty cool.
I didn't know that they were that restricted as far as growing area.
Yeah, they're strictly from like Portland to like where I am. Like from where you are to where I am is pretty much actually not even as far north as you are. I think they're like southern half of Oregon.
Yeah, I think so too, like below Yachats or
Yeah.
what they call the Central Coast. Newport, south of Newport.
Yeah, they're super cool. And like you
Yeah.
were saying too, there's whole fields of them. And this is how you can see in this picture how they work with they
Yeah.
have the little
Yeah.
windows on the top where it's bright, so they fly in there and then they get stuck.
Okay. That makes sense. They're really beautiful. When you see hundreds of them at a time in one area, maybe
Yeah.
thousands even. Yeah.
There's like red morphs of them now and purple
Yeah.
morphs and all
I
kinds of
think the
shit.
purple is the one I've seen, that one right there that your mouse was over
This one,
up on the top. Next one over to the right. Yeah, that one.
this one. Yeah, those are really cool. They're one of my favorites too. I haven't they had them for sale, but there's a place nearby in McKinleyville that cultures them that I've been going to regularly, kind of slowly stocking my kitchen up with winter plants. It's that time of year.
Neat.
Get some house plants.
Thanks for sharing. Those are beautiful.
Yeah.
Well, guys, I got to go. So
Right on, Jim. Thanks for stopping by. Always a pleasure hanging with you.
you too, man. Good
Here's
night,
the
everybody.
here's that other plant that I was talking about. The sundews. You can see they kind of like stick, anything that gets on them, they just fold
Oh,
over.
wow. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. And there's many different types of them. All different. Some have paddles, some have tentacles, some have, you know, branching tentacles. It just depends on there's hundreds of different species. But these are all over the world. These are everywhere except for Antarctica, I think, has some type of Drosera. They're very, very, very old plant compared to some of the other carnivorous plants. These guys have been around quite a bit longer.
Oh,
And they're super easy. All you gotta do is put them in a pot and then put a little tray and have the rainwater or distilled water in the bottom, and you're good to go. Like they pretty much are like ultra easy to care for.
hey, one thing I was since you once on your web uh, YouTube page somewhere you had a Tabicos reference. So I asked Chat specifically what plant produced the Tabicos SCOBY, and the answer I got back was prickly pear. Does that make sense to you?
The water kefir you're talking
Yeah,
about?
yeah. It's usually called Tabicos in
Yeah.
Mexico, but yeah, what we call incorrectly water kefir. Yeah.
Huh. Yeah, I'm
So
not
the answer
sure.
I got was prickly pear. So I was curious if one grew a prickly pear. I'm going to find out how you would turn that into isolating it like you do when you buy the water kefir grains.
Yeah, I've never heard of that with the cactus.
I knew it
Um,
was a cactus and that there's more than one plant on this earth that has the Tabicos, as the Mexicans call it, that SCOBY in that gelatinous. Well, you know what I'm talking about.
yeah.
But anyway, I'll have to do some more research tomorrow and find out, and I'll get back to you next week. But if it is the prickly pears, I'll
I
find
heard
out.
Tabico scoby or water kefir is traditionally sourced from the prickly pear cactus, specifically from granules that grow at the base of the plant. These translucent crystal-like grains are symbolic are a symbiotic culture of yeast and bacteria that form in the cactus in Mexico and are collected for the use in fermenting of sweet liquids like water or fruit juice. So
Yeah, what you do is I shouldn't put it that way. A way of doing it is you take water, of course, and you have put a carb in it, usually means sugar, and you add the grains, the SCOBY, and then that ferments. Then you strain out the grains, and now you have carbonated water, and you have the grains to make another batch. We take that carbonated water and we can add flavoring agents. We can add plant materials like lavender or rosemary and turn it into a pesticide or fungicide. So another way of doing what do you guys call it? A plant extraction. And
this
but
is
you're
that
using
this is that Topicos, like you're talking about, the white.
okay. That's what they're harvesting, is that?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. But it's a really inexpensive way to feed your plants, and you don't have to worry about burning the roots or destroying your plants. Jeremy's got a product. He is milk kefir whey, and using that as a because there's like what 26 strains of lacto labs in there, plus you have several fungi, including the one that makes beer and bread, which is the same strain. Um, yeah, he sells it in the brand name of Holy Cow, and it's if you think EM1 is good, this like blow your mind. Um, it's really good against powdery mildew and general molds and what have you. And in the soil, it does a really good. Adds a lot of biology to your soil. But the less expensive way to do it, because I drink it for my own use, the milk kefir, but that's kind of an expensive way, no pun intended, to get there when you can use the water kefir, which only uses sugar and not organic milk. That's all. But you get less strains. I've got the list of the strains if you want it. I'll send it to you. I have a list of water kefir strains and milk kefir strains of both bacteria as well as fungi.
Nice. It's cool. I've never heard of this Topicos before. That's pretty neat.
Yeah, it's you end up with a just the carbonated water, so it's a probiotic. Um, so there's some health benefits, and diabetics don't have to be concerned because the fungi, the bacteria in the Tobicos, they eat the sugar, so you're not having to worry about blood sugar spikes for diabetics. And then by you do that when you add say you want to do fruit juice, after you've made your fermented water, now you add fruit to it, and you do what's called a second ferment, and you can let that go as long as you want, depending on how sharp you want the flavor. I hope that makes sense. So you could take like mangoes and puree them and put the mango puree into the water and let that sit for a day or two. Doesn't have to be refrigerated. You just let it sit on the counter. So anyway, it's a way of making, especially once you have a baby, making fruit juices that aren't just loaded with sugar. They actually have food in it.
Yeah. No, that's really cool. I didn't know that you could make them without the sugar that way. It's cool.
And you could start out with fruit juice. It just needs a carb. You take whatever, add a pureed fruit and do your first ferment with that. You don't have to use sugar. It may be the most convenient, but whatever. Anyway, check it out. What do you call it? What's it called? Wait a minute. Yeah, the website. Look up water kefir grains. There's a big company called I can't think of the name. I'm drawing a blank. Anyway, you'll find it. It's all over. They sell it at Amazon. Water kefir grains. They also carry other cultures, milk kefir, sour cream, uh, a whole bunch of things. God damn it. All right. Yeah.
Like that? Or-
That's it. That's the one.
Okay.
Cultures for Health. Yeah. They're really good. Check out their webpage. I don't know that you need that much. They probably have smaller packs than that, but there you go.
Oh wow, they got all kinds of ones.
Yeah. And they're really, I've done business with them for several years. You can do business with them with confidence. They got cheese making strains and yeah, all kinds of good stuff. And if you check them out on their webpage, they're always running specials. Buy two and you get a third one, that kind of thing. I've used their sourdough cultures and they're excellent.
Don Pizza has some good ones too. Josh over at Dutch Blooms, he's got a really good ancient sourdough culture going too.
Yeah.
You can buy on his website.
Okay, look this one up. It's Brod, which is the German word for bread, Brod, and Taylor. And look at the sourdough home. I have one of those. That's how nuts I am about bread.
Okay.
It's a little refrigerator that sits on your counter, and you can adjust the temperature down to, yeah.
It's for making mushroom cultures. No, I'm just
There you
kidding.
go. Right, look at that. So that's
Also excellent for incubating your mushroom culture.
Yeah, I was gonna say if this thing's 77 degrees, it is perfect for mycelium.
you can set it, I believe the range is 65 to 80, I think. Whatever, there's a good range on the temperature. And we keep our culture that way, we keep it perfect. So when we make bread, it comes the better your culture is, it's like any other fermented deal, the better the end
Oh
results
wow.
are.
41 degrees Fahrenheit to 122 or 5 Celsius to 50 Celsius for you Canadians. That's
Oh,
pretty
really?
good. Yeah.
I didn't more than I thought. Yeah.
Huh. Interesting. I can think of a whole bunch of other uses for this. This is pretty cool.
I'm a bread nut, man. I take my bread seriously.
Yeah. Good bread is hard to beat.
We grind our own wheat. I've got to look up a Como Kerbus, Komokyrbus. They're two separate words. Como grain mill. They're made in Austria.
Maybe I need to talk to you. I'm trying to find do you know what a ricer is for like a mill for flour?
Of course.
Yeah, I'm trying to find like a large one.
Okay, I have the one that's uh
Like a commercial size one.
well, I would get one. I'd probably get the fifth one over.
Good.
Here's the difference. These actually have stone plates in
Wheels
them
in
that
them?
grind.
Yeah.
It is true stone mill, and it makes a
Wow.
difference on the grind of the ones, okay, that have a steel blade that beat the shit out of the grain isn't what you want because it heats up. When it heats up, you're losing nutritional value. This is you can take this apart and clean it completely. And you know how you clean it? You put rice in it, white rice, and that'll dislodge the bran that gets a little bit of bran that sticks to the stones, and it cleans them up. This is a major one. I've never seen it. How
That's
big?
200-gram capacity too.
This level, these, okay, Como is about 4 or 5 brands out of Germany / Austria. And this is the level you want to look at. I mean, the thing is made like a Mercedes. You don't need to spend that much though. But I'm just, this is like the gold standard. I have a grain flaker that turns, like, say, okay, with wheat, we call it berries, wheat berries and rye berries. When it comes to oats, they're called groats, and I think that's a Scottish name. But what this does, it takes and they look identical. A wheat berry and a groat look identical. So this is 2 rollers, like oh, you're Italian, a pasta maker, the 2 rolls, the metal tubes that you roll the pasta dough through. Well, that's what this does, except it does grain. And so it turns your berry into a like oatmeal.
This is the one I was talking about. Like I need like a big ass version of this that has this
Oh, I'm sorry. No, that's a
Sifter.
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 Yeah,
Right. Okay. Yeah.
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 Trying to find anything larger than like a 4-quart one sucks.
Okay. Here's where you'd want to look. There's a website. He's been around for almost 20 years or maybe more. Breadtopia.com. He sells everything related to breads. He sells grains in bulk. He sells tools. He'll have it. And if he does, then make sure you look at Amazon first. That's what I do. I find it at if I need something to do with bread, I find it there and I find out the name and then I go buy it at Amazon.
Well, anyway? So there's a particular thing I need it for making something, and it's been a bitch trying to find one that works to
What are you
scale
trying
up.
to are you trying to do flour or what are you trying to move through it?
Something not flour, but we use it for something for
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah, I would do that. I would look at in the food man. Let's see, you live in the
The problem is when you scale up, they stop being mechanical and they shift to vibration. And
yes.
vibration doesn't work for the
Right.
process we're doing. So that's the problem. I've never been able to find a large scaled up mechanical version.
Well, I would just look. I use the put the word commercial flour sifter.
Oh no, I have. I've looked at many days for this object of the thing that I'm looking for, and no one seems to make it. So it's
Well,
just been
that's what I'm saying. If I would check with Breadtopia,
yeah,
because he's got enough of a worldwide market customer base,
sure.
and he sources stuff from Europe and elsewhere. So if anyone's gonna have a lead on Breadtopia is your best choice, my experience. I bought buckets of grain, like 5-gallon buckets of different wheats. Einkorn, emmer, spelt, Coruscant. See what else.
I like the Dutch oven on here. That is nice.
Oh yeah, that's how you bake bread. What do you call it? The no knead method. You use it, and because it creates a microclimate that causes the when you put the what you do is you preheat it 500 degrees. So you got to have really good gloves, really good gloves.
And a good oven.
And so when you ready, you pull the lid off, you put your bread in there and you score it. And then you put the lid back on and you bake it for 25 minutes at 500 degrees. Then you take the lid off and you turn it down to 450 and finish it for another 20, 30 minutes. And you come out with something that costs about $10 in a bread store, artisan bread, with the lip and the curl up from the score. That scoring, you have to do that to allow the CO. Oh, when you look at a loaf of French bread and you cut it with a knife, all those holes, that's all formed by fungi. And those are CO2 because fungi consumes oxygen, expels CO2, and that's CO2 that's been captured in the dough in the second rising.
That's what makes the bubbles in it, right?
Yes. And so the more water in a recipe, then the bigger the holes will be. That's why a bagel, which has less water than any bread that you're used to eating, is very dense, right? And so when you get up to a ciabatta bread, or what do you call it? What's the other name? Focaccia, you have big giant holes. That's because it has more water. There's a higher ratio of water to flour. French bread is 66% water. In other words, if you took 100 grams of flour, you would add 66 grams of water, and that would give you French bread. A pizza is about 70%. So 70 grams of water to 100 grams of flour.
Yeah.
And then when you get into the exotic Italian breads like focaccia, ciabatta, where you have giant holes and it's this really neat texture, those can go as high as 88% water. So this is
Stuff about bread. I'm a glutard, so I don't ever make bread normally. But that's cool. I just got with the friend of mine recently just got into doing gluten-free bread. I made a baguette the other day. It was really bomb.
Nice.
Yeah.
What kind of flour did you use?
Gluten-free, general purpose.
Oh, I know.
Whatever that is. Like I said, I'm a dangerous cook. I can make a mean béarnaise sauce and all kinds of fancy stuff, but I never learned how to bake because I'm a glutard. So
I'm not playing doctor here, but I can tell you with accuracy that fermented breads, which means sourdough, because you're using tends to be easier on a lot of people that have gluten intolerance. Not celiac disease, I'm not saying that, but
no, true, real sourdough bread doesn't really fuck me up. And then also stone wheat. So stone wheat is like a much older type of wheat, and it has almost no gluten in it, and that one I can eat just fine.
right. Well, anyway, check out Breadtopia. He's got all kinds of flours and grains, intact, what we call intact grains. Um, when I started doing the sprouted seeds, that's one of the sources I had for buying the intact seeds and sprouting those till I found out you could go buy the goddamn shit at a homebrew store. So
Huh. Yeah, we don't have a homebrew store anymore in fucking Humboldt Bay. It
wow.
sucks. Dude, I went around all over because I needed a few things the other day. Could not find it and had to give up. And then my buddy was driving back from San Jose, so I had him pick it up for me in San Francisco. But it was just the fact that, like, man, it just sucks that we don't even have a brew store anymore. And it's like, you know, what the fuck happened? There used to be like 5 of them when I moved out here the first time.
You know what amazes me? The human race, the first crop they planted was barley. And we didn't arrive for another 300 years, 400 years. And beer is only made with 3 things: water, malted seeds, which means sprouted, and hops. That's it.
You guys doing anything fun for Halloween?
I'll be chasing little ones for sure.
There you go. We got a big weed party here. There's the group that has the lounge is doing a big weed Halloween party, so we're helping out with that. Be fun. Oh, you know who's in town this weekend? Is Mick Foley, the wrestler. Used to
Oh,
be Mankind when he was in EW,
Yeah, yeah.
and then he was I don't remember what the fuck he was when he was in WWF because I never watched that one. But anyways, he'll be in town this weekend too, which is kind of cool. I haven't seen that man since I was like 11 years old. There's a place I do
Imagine
stand
changed
up
a little
at.
bit.
There's a place I do stand up at here on open mic nights, and they're having a cool, like, old wrestler weekend kind of thing. It's kind of funny.
have you ever seen even pictures of the Mexican?
Oh, you're muted, Coot, or I'm muted, or something. I couldn't hear you.
No, you're fine. I can hear you, Coot.
Oh, the
Oh,
Mexican
man.
wrestlers where they wear the mask.
Luchadors.
Yeah.
Okay, is that all right? I just saw about that. I don't know, it was a TV show or something. I was blown away.
I think we lost Potent.
I better get going. All right, guys, I gotta go.
All right. Night, Jim. Take it
Good
easy.
night.
Here's Potent back.
Apparently, my internet connection took a dump. Hold on a second. I
Oh.
have the best. No, I just moved. Where is it? I have the best luchador picture. I just need to find.
Coot jumped off.
Here we go. Oh, Coot just left. Hey,
Coot
look,
just left,
magical
yeah.
mushroom luchador, 19 plus. This is in the 420 celebration in 2019, the 25th anniversary of 420 in Vancouver. Anyways, I just
That's
every time
awesome.
I think of luchadors, I think of the magical mushroom luchador.
That's awesome.
That
Right
was a
on.
fun. That was a fun weekend. I danced with one of those like nuns that grows weed too. That was
Oh, crazy.
a wild weekend in Vancouver. Here,
No.
I've never thought in my life I'd smoke a blunt with a nun, but I did, like an actual real nun. The Sisters of
Yeah.
Mercy or whatever. Anyways, they're cool as fuck.
Awesome. That's awesome. Well, you want to cut her off here?
Sure, yeah. It's getting late. I gotta do a few things before I go to bed, so
Right on. Well, good night, everyone.
have a good week, guys.